In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ.
Grand Rising, happy Friday, happy Friday. Let's get into this news so we can get in and get out, because I'm telling you, it is a dismal news in America. Now, it seems like our for-profit media has finally caught on to the fact that we have American soldiers out on their longest deployment in the Iran war, starving. Now, there was one report that I saw on Sabby Sab's channel that there was a full-blown riot where 7 soldiers lost their lives. They were shanks. It was like some type of riot, and 7 soldiers lost their lives. Now, the word had been leaking out about the having no toilet, having no commissary, having no soap, having moldy showers, having to survive on something like half a cup of rice a day, people living in sauna-like conditions on this Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. But then, on Sabby Sab's channel, I heard that there was a full-out a fucking riot. Now, I'm not familiar with the protocols in the Navy, but let me pull up Sabby Sab's commentary, particularly about how the Navy the Navy are fed as far as their rank and file are fed. So she said that if you are a high up in the Navy, and you have a whole different dining room, you have whole different meals, and you don't eat what the underclass eat. You know, is the Navy is set up like a modern day plantation, and you don't eat what the slaves eat. You know, the enlisted people who are in the bowels of the ships. You don't eat what they eat. They eat what's leftovers. You know, the reason why soul food consists of pigtails, pig feet, chitlins, and things like that, which has become a delicacy in Black American culture, because they got what was thrown out. You know, that type of stuff. So, this is allegedly how the Navy is, according to Sabby Sab. This is how the Navy is set up. So, there was a whole lot of people who were trying to take their own lives. There is a big mental health crisis on the USS Abraham Lincoln in peak gag breath military that has a $1 trillion budget. People are starving and losing their mind. because they are on the longest deployment, over 250 some days out in the ocean, never to touch land because they're supporting the Iran war, but they cannot even go close enough to land to let them get off the ship for a day or two because they're afraid that they are going to be struck. And they, God forbid, that they would have to fight back because under this $1 trillion budget that Pete Kegbreath has shot through, they have nothing to fight back with. Let that sink in. This is your United States Navy. So let me find this real quick. I'll let Sabby Sab tell you about her personal experience with the Navy and how they eat in the Navy. But this is frightening. This is frightening. And we're going to hear about what your for-profit media days later they're telling you finally that there are mental health issues on the USS Abraham. Now, when the story first started breaking, what did your Pete Kegbreath tell you? Pete Kegbreath told you that these were lies that were coming out. None of this was true. Kegbreath told you that these were lies. And now Aaron Parnaras, who is also associated with the Midas Touch, he was the one who broke the story. And since he broke the story, he said that no, I'm going to start showing you emails from family members in San Diego and what they are telling me that they are receiving from their family members. So you know what your military did? Your military put the soldiers on lockdown. They put soldiers on lockdown. They have your soldiers living like they're living in Gaza. They have locked the soldiers down so they're horrid conditions that your U.S. military, that they want you to believe that they have the utmost respect for, so they won't expose the conditions that your soldiers are living under. America, MAGA. What say you, MAGA? Is this what you're voting for, MAGA? How is this Biden's or Obama's fault, MAGA? MAGA. MAGA, you here? MAGA. MAGA. Can y'all flip this around and tell us, like you always do, how this is Biden's fault? Oh, MAGA, you quiet this morning? MAGA, you can't speak this morning? MAGA, you have nothing to say about that this morning, MAGA? Okay, let me share this with you real quick. Let me find. Let me find out this video right quick. Um, y'all like 7 killed. Here we go. If you're not familiar with Sabby Sab channel, she's doing a back to school drive. I believe it's this Saturday in Boston. Go over there and help her give some children some school supplies. You know, the thing that your president doesn't want to give children in need. Go over there and help her support children in need. You know, the thing that your MAGA president is against, helping people in need. So let me play this for you, and then we'll get into what your Department of War Lies, Pete Kegbreath, has to say about the conditions on the USS Abraham has to say. about this report that are coming up. Hold on, let me share my screen with you. Here we go. I hope I don't have permission to use this video. The link to this video is going to be in my description box. It is going to be under the first link in my description box. It will be under the title U.S. Troop Clash with Each Other. U.S. troops clash with each other. That's where you'll find it in my description box. Let's hear what happened.
Killed aboard that U.S. We were talking a little bit about this with Colonel Wilkerson as well. I want to start there, and then I'm going to get into what is being reported right now, that there are U.S. troops that are now killed, that have been killed aboard that U.S. carrier. Let's go ahead and get started here, where parents are complaining about their children and the conditions aboard that ship. Go ahead and dive in here.
Those family members are outraged by the horrific conditions on board the USS Abraham Lincoln. They describe long work days, moldy showers, food shortages, and sailors running out of toothpaste, deodorant, and soap. They say their loved ones, our service members, are so exhausted after 9 months at sea, fighting a war with no end in sight, that they fear it could lead to deadly mistakes. Here's how one mom describes her own outrage and the conditions she learned from her son over email.
Food obviously has been scarce. All he's really told me is there's a time where he was only eating half a cup of rice and 2 tortillas. The morale is bad. You're not being able to shower. They don't have toiletries. They're having to share stuff. They're exhausted. Trump doesn't.
Your military has $1 trillion budget. Your military just blew $93 billion in September last year, buying 4-star generals, grand pianos, and rare flutes and rare violins. Under some, if we don't use the money, we'll lose it. After they already know they weren't going to lose any money because they understood that their $800 billion budget had been increased to $1 trillion for 2026. So for them to say that, well, hey, if we don't use our full $800 billion budget and show that we need it, we're going to lose it. So we're just going to blow off $93 billion on some fucking high price instruments for generals. And this is what's going on with the troops in 2026 with $1 trillion budget. This is what I need you to understand. I really want you to be clear on this. Let's continue.
I want the bad publicity. He knows that you can't tell me he does not know what's going on over there. You cannot tell me that he does not know that they don't have food. He knows. He knows. Pete Hegseth, send Pete Hegseth over there. Then you come tell us that everything is okay. Because what we're hearing from our children or our spouses or whomever is not that.
So this is not good, because now you have the parents complaining and speaking out. And this is another thing I add again, do not join the military. Like, this is insane. They've been at sea for a long time. And that is obviously going to wear on you at some point in time. But not having toiletries, running out of food, these are not good conditions for anybody, regardless of what the job is. And the U.S., I would say, U.S. government, and depending on what type of corporate media, right? Like MS Now tends to be a little bit more left leaning. So because Trump.
Okay, so let's get to the actual clashes. The link is in my description box. MS Now is not going to tell you certain things. Let's get back to what the mother is saying.
So this is insane. And the parents have every right to be upset. But the reality is, when you sign up for this type of job, when you join the military, yeah, they make all these promises to you, but you are essentially risking your life for supposedly for this country, but you're risking your life for what? For what?
So basically, we have actual human beings over there in these ships under the alleged care, under the orders of people like Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, when he can bother to stay awake. It is questionable if he's ever in any type of sound mind. Pete Kegreff, who is wholly and truly unqualified for his position, and all of the rest of these unqualified sycophants who are just yes man to Donald Trump, who we don't know what type of mental faculties he has ever had or does have. We know that he does not is not a complex thinker. We know that we have had a million different reasons why we are allegedly over in this war. We know that this war is, if we are to be honest with ourselves, is a whole loss, in my opinion. And if people are honest with themselves, what is this? What is exactly this thing over in Iran we are doing? And what is the reason that we are doing what we are doing in Iran? What is the premise of any of all of this? To reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Is that the premise? Well, it was open before we went over there. Make that make sense to you. Because they are a bloodthirsty regime. What did that bloodthirsty regime have to do with you? Because if we didn't, Israel wouldn't exist. It doesn't seem like Israel is worried about existing. When we went over there, Israel went on more war campaigns over there, flattening Lebanon. So it doesn't seem like Israel is so worried about existing at the hands of Iran, because as we're over there, supposedly talking about Israel wouldn't exist in a week if we didn't go over there and fight Iran. Well, if Israel cares so much about existing for themselves, it seems like they would have been in the fight with us against Iran, but they over there trying to flatten out Libya, and then talking about they're going to be going after Turkey and Syria next. So what, excuse me, why are we there? Can you tell me? Okay, let's continue.
I'm going to bring into our coverage Pentagon reporter Priya Sridhar, who broke this story. She's also a former officer in the Navy. This is deeply disturbing, and I know you talked to more than a dozen family members. Take us through what you're reporting.
Yeah, that's right, Nicole. Well, there are about 5,000 sailors and Marines who are on that aircraft carrier, the Lincoln, and they just broke a record that nobody in the Navy ever wants to break, and that's the most number of continuous days at sea. They left San Diego, their home port, in November. They briefly stopped in Guam in December, and then they didn't make another port call until they went to Oman just a few weeks ago in early July. Many of these sailors and Marines are working 12 to 14-hour shifts, and depending on their jobs, they're not getting a day off. And when you talk about the flight deck of an aircraft carrier, that's one of the most dangerous places in the military, whether or not you're at war. You have these really fast-paced aircraft that are launching and landing on that flight deck. You have bombs, munitions, and weapons that are being moved around at a very fast pace. And you have these sailors and Marines that are being exposed to extremely loud noises for sustained periods of time.
All of this is going to wear a toll on your mental health, but also this is basically exploitation, working 12 to 15-hour shifts, not having a day off.
Now, we're going to get to what the solution your military decided. We're going to get to the arrogance of the military, that they came in to these soldiers who are working under these conditions, and you know what they told them? The military brass came in, poked out their chests, and they scolded these soldiers that are living under the conditions that they have them living under. They scold them about their hygiene. You need to make sure you're dressing better. When they can't even shower, when they are shitting in toilets that are full of feces, swimming of old feces. They have to use toilets that are churning brown sludge. This is what they have for toilets, and these high-ranking soldiers came in and scolded them about personal hygiene. Let's get to. Let's go a little bit further. When are we gonna get to? I think it's right here. The actual one of the highest ranking military people, Navy officials that came in. He came in with this what is that Full Metal Jacket? You remember the guy in the movie Full Metal Jacket, how he used to talk to the new recruits and stuff? It has been reported that he came in with that type of attitude, yelling and screaming at these Navy what do they call them? Whatever. At these Navy recruits, and then big brouhaha broke up, and it has been reported that 7 uniformed Navy officers, not officers, low-ranking Navy enlisted military officials lost their lives. Let's get into this.
That people say they care so much about. Big reality check. Now, and then it gets even crazier.
Food shortages, supply shortages.
That's the first piece. The second is, this is what happens when you stumble into, or when you enter into, they didn't stumble, is Donald Trump.
Because the Trump administration doesn't really have a mission.
Priya Sridhar, thank you so much. It's incredible reporting. Thank you for bringing it to us. I want to bring.
Yeah, that's right, Nicole.
She is the one who broke the story, so I think we should finish hearing her out. She is the one who broke the story, and she used to be in the Navy.
$7 billion that Secretary Hegseth is asked hot showers, that
they're running out of toiletries. This is exploitation at its best.
Can really lead to long-term injuries like hearing loss. So really what these families are telling me is that when you couple the exhaustion with the low morale that's a result of the fact that they just learned that their deployment was extended for a second time.
They were supposed to get off the ship in April, and then it was extended to August, and then they recently learned that it was extended to I do believe December. There are 5,000 sailors. That's the word I was looking for, sailors. There are 5,000 sailors on this ship.
They're concerned that this could lead to accidents that could potentially turn deadly. And then on top of that, the conditions that you just talked about, they're telling me that the sailors and the Marines can't take hot showers, that the toilets are non-operational, that for weeks at a time, there are no access to working laundry facilities, and that they're having to stand in lines to get into the ship store for 1 to 2 hours. And when they get there, there are no basic hygiene items like toothpaste, deodorant, or soap. And so really,
So we got hygiene issues. People can't have toothpaste. How are they running out of toothpaste? This is insane. Hygiene issues, malnutrition because you're not getting enough food, and they're just stuck out at sea.
Their frustration here is that they keep hearing from lawmakers and on the media these questions about our stockpiles of munitions and weapons and $67 billion that Secretary Hegseth is asking for the DOD, and they want their loved ones to be part of this conversation as well.
Let me play, Priya, your interview with Bonnie York, whose stepson is on the USS Lincoln and who voted for Trump.
Maybe the government could have given us the information we needed to understand what we're doing out there, and for our servicemen and women to say, okay, this is important. This is what we're doing this for. And it's everyone saying, well, they signed up for this. This is what it is. And I'm thinking, what are you talking about? They're going to be out there till they complete their mission. What are we completing? What have we completed? I'd like to know.
But this is what you sign up for when you join the military.
Now, it got so bad. This aircraft carrier left from San Diego. It got so bad that these parents were demanding answers, and they did some type of Skype meeting with the parents, and then they were too chicken shit, from what I understand, to do a in-person meeting with the family members, and gave them some bullshit answers about what was going on. But since this has broken the media, and Pete Kegbref told you this was all lies, and he don't know who's telling you this, and he don't know why these lies are being fostered, and they take good care of their military personnel. And you know what happened yesterday? You know what happened yesterday? All of a sudden, a whole new aircraft carrier is rushing out to relieve this ship. All of the sudden. What did they say about the squeaky wheel? It gets the oil. All of the sudden.
Military, like this is the reality. Now, here's the thing. Most people that join the military, yeah, they tell you might, excuse me.
Now, we have all of these millionaires and billionaires who have the audacity to say, well, hey, this is what they signed up for. They have no voice in the matter. So therefore, use them for what they are useful for, as if they are, disposable. This is what we have them for. Go and make haste with them. Put them in harm's way. What do you think we have them for? Callous about the lives of people who are here to protect our nation. They're speaking about our enlisted servicemen as if they're disposable. But none of their children are in the military. None of their children are being automatically signed up when they turn 18 to be a part of the selective service. And if they are, they will surely be given waivers like your current president was given a waiver, and where he didn't have to go to the Vietnam War when he was drafted in the Vietnam era. And they're talking about the American people, your children, as if they're disposable. Just throw them in the pot of ground beef and let them get chewed up. Throw them in the aircraft carrier toilet and let them get churned up with the rest of the brown churn and turds, and it'll all look the same. Who cares? This is what these people are saying about your children.
You might go to war, but most people who join the military are not anticipating going to war. There's a number.
And that Marco Rubio. I mean, this has been part of the political conversation that Marco Rubio and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth have failed to articulate an answer to that Trump voter, that military mom.
What's the
But
mission?
I think maybe some people thought that inside the military there was a better understanding. But to hear a mom say, quote, "What are we completing?" is really, really chilling.
Yeah, that's
To hear a military mom who voted for Trump, she voted for the man who told her that he's not going to have no new wars. Now her stepson is out there on a fucking shit ship, and your administration that you put into office is saying that they are going to stay until they complete the mission. Now you wonder what the mission is. Well, what else did he promise you when he was campaigning? He promised you prices weren't going to go up. He promised you he was going to end all of these other wars. Everything he promised you, he hasn't delivered. But see, when it hit her personally, the life of her husband's son, when it hit her personally, real personally, the life or death of a child in her family. Now you got questions. Trump voters, what is it going to take for you to have questions about the state of America today? What is it going to take for you to understand that all of this hyperbole, that on all of these responses and comebacks about Biden and Obama, when you are set down with the facts about how the decline of America in 2026 at the hand of this administration has absolutely 100% to do with this administration that is governing this nation right here and today? At what point are you going to understand that you sound so foolish, thinking that you have said something intelligent, that you have said something smart, that you are owning the libs by bringing up Obama or Biden? When you cannot look in the mirror, when you cannot think an intelligent thought to save yourself from this administration, at what point are you going to say enough is enough? I thought that was something that is embedded in us all. The will to save ourselves, the fight to save ourselves. I never knew that some people had the ingrained in their being to save billionaires. I never knew that a swath of the population had a gene in them that only had the will to make sure that they saved billionaires. I did not know that. I did not know there were so many people who didn't even value their own lives, that they don't even feel the need to fight for their own life and their livelihoods. It's just baffling. Just ignorance. I was wondering how many years, how many decades would it take for the United States to continue to dummy down our education system until we had the fools running our whole country into the ground. Well, now I know how long it took. It took until really 2020. Really, it took until 2016. 2016 to 2020. Let's continue.
Right, Nicole. I mean, all of these sailors and Marines know what they signed up for. They know that, the military isn't, they weren't going to go on a luxury cruise or something like that. They know they're at war. But I think what's really concerning to them is they want to have a clear mission. They want to complete that mission, and they want there to be an end goal. And really, none of the families feel like that has been clearly articulated to them. And they feel like there's just a lack of transparency with this administration about what the purpose of this war is and when they get to come home.
But that's because the Trump administration doesn't have a plan. They're basically supposed to be there for intimidation. They have no plan. That's why the soldiers don't know. They're like, what is our mission? Because the Trump administration doesn't really have a mission.
Priya Sridhar, thank you so much. It's incredible reporting. Thank you for bringing it to us. I want to bring into our coverage Democratic Congressman Jason Crow of Colorado. He served 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. He's a member of the House Armed Services and Intelligence Committees. Tom is still with us. Congressman, your thoughts?
Nicole, there's really 2 big things going on here. The first is Donald Trump's general disdain for anyone in public service, anyone who's committed to something bigger than themselves. And in particular for Donald Trump, our service members, who he has a particular disdain for. He's called them suckers and losers. He says he likes people who don't get caught, don't get captured by the enemy. This is a man who can't wrap his brain around the very notion that people would serve, they would sacrifice, they would give something beyond themselves. He cannot comprehend that thought. So that's the first piece. The second is, this is what happens when you stumble into, or when you enter into, they didn't stumble into it, he chose this war without a plan. No plan, no strategy, no idea for how they were going to rotate ships through the region, how they were going to rotate aircraft carriers and fighter wings. There is no plan, and now we see the results of that. Our service members are suffering. We don't have adequate supplies to defend the airspace around our bases. The USS Abraham Lincoln, which is one of several large ships in the region, is now in its 9th month at sea. 5 of those months have been engaged in 5.
Hold on. Wilder NW. You say I'm all for depopulation. We are overrun with leftists and illegals. So, well, if you are okay with depopulation, depopulate the earth from yourself. Depopulate the earth from yourself. We're all for it as well. You know what to do. If you're all for depopulation because you feel that the earth is full with something that you don't like, you can take care of that. Easy peasy. Let's continue.
5 months of combat operations, and the strain on our service members and their families is just building week by week.
Yeah, this is what happens when you have no plan. So those are some of the conditions that have been happening aboard that particular ship. And then there was the one that I talked about briefly last night, which is that people have been trying to jump off of the ship. This is a mental health crisis.
You guys, there's a mental health crisis happening aboard the USS Lincoln in the Middle East that no one is talking about, and mainly because the Navy is pretty much quashing it. You will read online about food shortages, supply shortages, poor morale among crew members. That's because they've been at sea continuously for 250 days. They've been deployed a total of 271 days, 250 without a port of call. That's unheard of. Normally, they would go to port every 3 to 6 weeks. They have not been to port in 38 weeks. Keep in mind, there are 52 weeks in a year. And yes, the showers are moldy. They're eating basically like a gruel kind of slop at this point. There's no deodorant. There's no toothpaste. My nephew has a friend on board there, and I was basically hearing updates last week when I was in the States in real time. They're not talking about the mental health crisis. 6 people have tried to jump off that ship. The most recent was last Monday. When you have not touched land in 38 weeks, in over 200 days, things start to happen to you mentally. Combine that with exhaustion, and deadly mistakes happen. So, this is how the Department of War, this is how Donald Trump treats our servicemen and women, whose lives are already being put in harm's way for a bullshit war of aggression that was supposed to be over in a matter of weeks. We are further putting their lives at risk out of sheer ineptitude and neglect. It defies logic, it defies reason, and it defies basic fucking humanity.
See what I tell you? People trying to jump off the ship. So much for support the troops, right? These are the troops that people say they care so much about. Big reality check. Now, and then it gets even crazier.
Now, let's get to the biggest brouhaha of it all.
Apparently, this is the report that's coming out again from that same U.S. carrier that a deadly clash aboard a U.S. carrier course, Abraham Lincoln, left 7 dead. 7.
Now, a deadly clash aboard this ship. Has your for-profit media reported on this? They barely reported on this story. I reported on this story on Wednesday. Has your for-profit media reported on this story? This is the story. All of the other stuff, that's old stuff. We talked about this on Wednesday here. This is the new stuff. Now it's not even that new. I think when did she report? I think she reported on this on Wednesday night. I think she reported on this 1 day ago. So she reported on this on either Wednesday night or Thursday. Have you heard about the deadly clash that happened upon this ship? Well, let's get into it.
U.S. soldiers dead. This should be blasted all over. Aboard a U.S. carrier course, Abraham Lincoln left 7 dead. 7 U.S. soldiers dead. This should be blasted all over corporate media at this point in time. Again, guys, I'm telling you, they're trying to cover this. I heard about this last night when I was on the call-in segment, and someone told me about this coming through. I wanted to wait and see, if international news was also going to cover this as well, and they did. But this should be all over corporate media at this point. So listen to what First Point said here.
A massive U.S. aircraft carrier built to project American power could now be turning into a death trap at sea. Explosive claims have emerged about the USS Abraham Lincoln, from allegations of unbearable living conditions to shocking reports of deaths, exhaustion, and chaos. So what really is happening around the USS Abraham Lincoln? A report claimed that 7 U.S. Navy personnel were killed and several others wounded in a violent clash aboard the U.S. aircraft carrier.
So let me explain what's happening now, because we'll get into the article a little bit more. This is what happens when people do not have their needs met. They are fighting each other, right? So you don't have toothpaste. You stand in line and you don't have toothpaste when you get to, the front of the line. But maybe the people ahead of you did get toothpaste. So now it's like, give me your toothpaste. I need to brush my teeth. Wait, you got soap? You got shampoo? Give me some of that. Let me share. No, I'm not going to share with you. It's mine. And then this is where the violence comes in. So this is what I'm saying. When you are not taking care of people's needs, that can escalate to violence. So it sounds like that's what's happening on board, but apparently led to the point where they are saying 7 people are now dead because of this clash. This is what is happening, folks, with our military, with our tax dollars. Under this administration, this is what is happening. It's not just what they're doing to Iran and the people there, what they're doing to the Palestinians in Gaza, the West Bank. This is also what they're doing to American soldiers. This is how they treat them. And this is what I was trying to tell you. If they're not willing to have any decency or dignity for the people, they're killing these kids, what makes you think they're going to have decency for us? They don't. Wild stuff.
The tensions reportedly began after a CENTCOM advisor faced angry crew members over complaints about the prolonged deployment. According to the allegation, the confrontation escalated into a violent fight involving knives, leaving 7 personnel reportedly dead and several others wounded.
So at this point, this is like jail conditions. People are knifing each other. That's what they're dealing with now. This is not a ship. This is a prison. And you basically had a prison yard fight. That's what's happening there. 7 people are dead.
Another report stated that 6 sailors have allegedly tried to jump from the carrier. The most recent case was reported last Monday. The claims have been linked to the extreme conditions the crew is said to be facing. The U.S. Navy has remained silent on the reported incidents, but the families of sailors on board are now speaking out.
And we told you about those families. Now, this report about the knifing incident, that just came through. So that was announced late Tuesday evening. And now we're seeing more information about it today on Wednesday. So let's go ahead and get into a little bit more of those details here. Again, Press TV was the first person that reported it, which is that deadly clash aboard, again, a U.S. carrier, Abraham Lincoln, leaves 7 dead, several injured. Let's get into it. This is how volatile the conditions now are there on that ship. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger for you guys so we can read along here. Okay. The incident erupted after an advisor to U.S., CENTCOM, Chief Brad Cooper, boarded the carrier to address mounting complaints from crew members following protests by their families over the ship's prolonged deployment, according to Tasnim News Agency, which, of course, by the way, has been removed and banned from Elon Musk X, by the way. They got rid of the Tasnim News account. This is probably the reason why. The advisor was reportedly met with booze and had water bottles thrown at him while addressing a gathering of personnel. The confrontation subsequently escalated into a fight among crew members involving knives and other bladed weapons, leaving 7 personnel dead and several others wounded. So, according to the source. So again, people have died, people have been killed, and corporate media is not even touching the story. This is absolutely insane. It goes on to say here, the atmosphere aboard the carrier remains tense and unsettled. The Abraham Lincoln has been deployed for 263 days and is currently operating in the Indian Ocean, where its primary mission is to enforce an illegal naval blockade against Iran. So that's what I said. They're just there for intimidation.
All of this so your president can come out and say that the Strait of Hormuz is fully has a full blockade, and we are fully blockading the Strait of Hormuz when we have absolutely no control over the Strait of Hormuz. This is why all of this is going on. So your president, who went over because he was told that this is by Benjamin Netanyahu, take your whole military over to Iran and do some dumb shit and waste blood and treasures to do some dumb shit that you can't even explain. This is why this is going on. But let's continue.
Just sitting there in limbo. The carrier has spent 208 consecutive days at sea, the longest continuous deployment of any U.S. aircraft carrier in the modern area, apart from a brief stop in Oman. So when you're not getting that break from the sea, where you're not touching land as much as you should, things are going to start to happen. You start to go a little stir crazy, if you guys know what I mean. The reported violence comes amid growing concerns over the living and working conditions on the ship. We talked about the food supplies, the families that have spoken out, especially in San Diego, obviously not happy about what is happening there. But again, this should be blasted everywhere. 7 reported dead. They are fighting each other because their needs are not being met. People are starting to go stir crazy. So you're looking at mental health issues. We're looking at malnutrition. And how does this happen? aircraft carrier in the modern area. We talked about the food supplies, the families that.
At a meeting in San Diego on Thursday, at around 200 relatives confronted acting U.S. Navy Secretary Hong Chow over conditions aboard the carrier and the lack of a clear date for the crew's return home. The reported death aboard the Abraham Lincoln followed another serious incident involving the USS Gerald Ford on March 12th of 2026. A fire broke out in living quarters housing around 600 crew members, leaving 200 personnel injured. We remember that Gerald Ford, where they pretended like, oh, well, no, it was just a small fire. And you found out that the whole Gerald Ford had to be taken offline and limped over to Greece to be repaired. Y'all remember the Gerald Ford? And they tried to make it seem like, oh no, it was just a small fire that happened in the laundry room. Okay, that's okay. So that I just wanted to give you guys that information because these are things we're not hearing our press talk about. Now let's talk to this guy was under a coal in the pile. I love when she speaks with him. Larry Wilkerson, very astute in military matters.
He has this experience in the military. He explained how this works because a lot of things is by rank. So I talked to him Tuesday evening. Listen to what he said here about the ranking.
In the service who are telling me about the same things he's talking about on board Lincoln, but on other ships as well. You've got 5,000 people roughly on Lincoln, including the air wing and the ship's complement. That's a huge number. That's a small city floating out in the middle of the Indian Ocean. And as he said, they've been out there interminably. They've not had any port calls. They don't have, and Sabby, I know sailors. I worked with sailors for 14 years of my some 40 years in the military. I went to their colleges. I taught at the Naval War College. I graduated from both courses at the Naval War College, Newport, Rhode Island. I know the Navy. I know that surface warfare officers like Bradley Cooper, the man in charge of Central Command right now, normally have a real hard time thinking about their enlisted men. They're not like soldiers. Soldiers and Marines, when they eat, for example, in the field, they're the last ones to go through the chow line. The last ones. If there's no food left, they go without food. They do.
Everybody hear that? So a lot of things in the military are based on your rank. So he just told you they're the last ones to eat. How many of you knew that? So depending on where you are in the line, by the time you get to the front of the line, there may not be any food left. But you're working 15-hour days, and many of them not getting any days off, has been reported. This is a prison. That's not a carrier. That's a prison. They can't leave. Can they leave? No. Where are they going to go? How are they going to leave the ship? That's why some people try to jump off the ship. They can't even leave. That's a prison.
Do not eat. On the ship, the officers eat in a special mess. They get special food. They get ice cream. They get all manner of things in that special mess. Going down into the belly of the ship, the petty officers get a little bit better than the people in the belly. And then the people in the belly get whatever's left.
Capitalism at its finest. So depending on what your rank is, depends on how well you get to eat.
Depending on what your rank is, you get the overflow, whatever's left in the Pentagon budget. You get baby grand pianos. You get rare violins, you get rare horns bought and paid for with the Pentagon budget under some if we don't use it, we will lose it. And then later in the year, when the president take you in some bullshit ass war, the soldiers will be on ships starving because you have a uneducated, unqualified person running the budget at the Pentagon. And it's not like you didn't know that he was bad with handling budget because in his confirmation hearing, we heard about how he ran nonprofit VA VA agencies in the ground and squandered their budgets. It's not like Congress, who the Republican Congress, who put keg breath over the Pentagon, didn't know how he fucking crashed and burned budgets of these non-profit agencies that he was over, to the point that they had to have forensic accountants to go in and try to figure out the mess that he had made in their budgets. A whole $1 trillion budget, and our service members are starving. Okay, I just wanted to remind you of that. Let's move on, because I have a couple of more things that I want to share with you, just in case you did not know. Yeah, look it up. Yeah, look it up. Look it up. Make sure you look it up. She's a complete moron. Oh, so is Colonel Wilkerson a complete moron? So Sabby is a complete moron. But is Colonel Wilkerson a complete moron? Oh, so everyone don't know what they're speaking about. Everybody don't know what they're talking about. So is Donald Trump and Pete Kegbreath the only smart people in the room? Let's get to that. Let's talk about Pete Kegbreath and all of his sweating. Let's talk about all of the administration. Let's talk about all of these sweating, mouth winding, jaw churning administration. Maybe we will find out where a lot of that budget is going in this administration. If we look at all the profuse sweating, all the water chewing, all of the drinking water and chewing water, and nose wiping that goes on in this administration, let's talk about where some of the budget could be going. I mean, hey, since we're talking about money, let's talk about the budget. Let's really talk about where this money could possibly be going, where it appears to be going. You know, it takes a lot of money to do some things. Let's get into this, shall we? So, let me share this with you. Cat Breath said, "Hey, Very Carrie, it's good to see you. Hit the like button if you are in here. I know you're in here to hate a lot of you, but you can't hate the truth. You can just hate your choices. But hit the like button. If you are in here, obviously you love to hate. So hey, hit your screen twice and show some support."
Concerning reports emerge about another. Well, the USS George Washington is heading towards the Middle East as concerning reports emerge about another warship, the USS Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, go figure. So the reports are not fake after all? So why is the George Washington on its way? Huh?
The aircraft carrier has been at sea supporting the war in Iran for more than 250 days. That's nearly 9 months. There have been reports of food shortages, broken plumbing, and mental health crises on board. The Navy also confirmed a sailor went overboard earlier this month.
Hey.
CBS News political reporter Zach Hudak is live in our D.C. bureau with more on this.
A sailor went overboard. That's only one who unfortunately was able to succeed in jumping overboard. That does not count the numerous ones that they were able to prevent from actually going overboard in their attempts to jump overboard. Let's be real clear.
Yes, Zach, good morning. What can you tell us about these reports of horrible conditions on the Lincoln, and is the White House acknowledging them?
No.
Mike, our Pentagon team has been reaching out consistently to families of folks who've been stationed on the Lincoln and hearing a lot of different things. Among them are that there are food shortages and supply shortages, that, it's difficult to go to the store and buy basic necessities such as toothpaste or body wash. There was someone who one of our Pentagon reporters spoke to who said that earlier conditions were worse, and they've actually gotten a little bit better in recent times. So that was a little bit of an outlier in the discussions. But all of these claims were pushed back on yesterday by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Here's what he had to say.
Completely misrepresented. Listen, we make sure that every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment. Some deployments are longer than others, and I have more respect and gratitude for those sailors than anybody.
And Michael, I think the thing to focus on in that response is that the secretary does point out that this is a particularly long deployment. This is 250 days and over 200 days.
You see how sanitized this report is that you're getting? Do you see how sanitized this report is? I think that's what's important to point out is he does acknowledge that this is a long, I make sure that all our war fighters get everything that they need. This is bullshit. Okay, let's move on. I can't take much more. This is in my description box. Let me see.
It's been to port. That is, even among the family member who we spoke with, who spoke a little bit positively in recent times, that person said, look, this is still a terrible strain mentally to be out there just that long. It is infrequent. Typically, these deployments go on for 6 months, maybe even 8 months. But this is really stretching it to a point that it's clear has become a strain on these service members who are out there day after day without much of a reprieve from the sea.
Sometimes they have a hard time going to the store and get what they need. Sometimes they have a hard time going to the store and get what they need. That's what he said. They cannot physically get to the commissary. That's what it sounds like. Sometimes they run out of time and the commissary close on them. No, the commissary doesn't have the supplies that they need. That's what this motherfucker is trying to frame this as. Well, sometimes they have a hard time getting to the store to get what they need. Do you see the sanitizing of this story that your for-profit media is CBS is giving you? Okay, let's continue.
And Zach, Democrats are now demanding answers. What are they saying?
They're making a couple different efforts. We saw Richard Blumenthal, a senator from Connecticut, write a letter to Pete Hegseth demanding a list of answers. He wants to know about food conditions, about safety. He also wants to know what the operational justification is to put sailors through hardship like this. Is the outcome so great that it is worth it to put our service members in particularly uncomfortable positions? He wants that question to be answered. So he's laying it out very white and black, saying you need to explain this. Another attempt is Senator Ruben Gallego out of Arizona. He's a guy who's known for going on a lot of what we call CODELs, delegation trips. He's calling for one of those where Democrats and Republicans would go in an oversight capacity onto the boat and take a look around and talk to sailors. So those are two efforts that are building a bit of traction on Capitol Hill, and we'll see what is more successful at getting some answers here.
All right, Zach Hudak, thank you for joining us.
And what you may not...
There are desperate conditions that...
Hold on. What you may not also know is that when your Pete Hegseth goes to Congress to update Congress about the conditions of what's going on with the war, as he's begging for another $500 billion to go with the $1 trillion. He is not allowing any Democrat senators to sit in on these meetings. He is only addressing Republican senators. A dumb shit.
Have led U.S. sailors to attempt to unalive themselves by jumping off the boats, overboarding is what they call it. Put it up for mass. This is a hell of a story. Sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln have tried to jump overboard during an extended deployment in the Middle East. Their families have reported this. Food and supply shortages combined with indefinite extensions of their deployment are causing serious mental health issues. The crew is in its 9th month at sea, has spent 250 days consecutively without making land, a record for an aircraft carrier in modern times. Annabelle Loma, the wife of a sailor serving on the Abraham Lincoln, told the publication her husband is now on medical hold after trying to jump from the carrier. Quote, he's scared, Loma said. Another quote, he thinks he'll get a dishonorable discharge just because he was burnt out. His 13-year career is ruined just like that, end quote. Maria Rodriguez, another sailor's wife, says that her husband prevented another man from jumping overboard. Rodriguez told the Military Times her husband held the shipmate's arms and hauled them onto the deck, with 3 other sailors eventually running to help. Now, let me say this before we continue. Obviously, this means morale is low. Morale is lower than low. The word for what's happening is clinical. It's clinical. The reality is we have a military operated, governed, controlled by individuals who could care less about the state of mind of those soldiers. That not only puts that soldier or those soldiers in danger, it puts everybody around them in danger. And obviously, whatever the goal or goals may be of the United States military, you cannot execute those goals when you have a military personnel who would prefer to jump overboard than to stand ready because they're not prepared. They're not prepared mentally. They're not prepared physically. They're not supported with the basic needs for their own humanity, such as food, rest. Worried families vented their anxieties about loved ones on board the Lincoln at an emotional town hall meeting with Navy leaders in San Diego last Thursday. Stars and Stripes reported this. One spouse among the 200 or so family members said that her husband had texted her that day saying, quote, he hopes he doesn't wake up tomorrow, end quote. How sad is that? Families' worries are expressed directly to Navy leadership, represented at the town hall by the acting Navy secretary and other top officials. A woman at the meeting told the acting Navy secretary that the Navy had, quote, broken trust between us and the leadership, the paper reported. One parent said during that meeting, their sailor had told them they thought they would die on the ship, according to the outlet. Multiple families have reported similar instances, according to Navy Time. The Navy has denied that any of the sailors are, want to unalive themselves. Once again, denied, deflect. Quote, the health and well-being of every sailor aboard Abraham Lincoln is a priority, in, end quote, in the statement. So they want us to believe their press secretary rather than the good men and women in uniform or their immediate family members. They would rather we believe a press quote than the actual testimony and experiences of those who are going through this. Mike Levin, a Democratic member of the United States Congress from California, has sounded the alarmable conditions on board the warship, which is in its 5th month of combat operations against Iran, a war that's illegal and never should have been started. He described the lot of the crew on the X as moldy showers, broken toilets, laundry down for weeks, long stretches with no hot water, a meal that came down to half a cup of rice and 2 tortillas. No soap, no deodorant, no toothpaste for these men and women. Text messages shared with Midas Touch, my family member, of a service member currently deployed aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, paint a bleak picture of a daily life on board. Quote, "Why isn't there milk?" the family member asked in one exchange. The sailor explained that the ship's supply runs simply cannot keep perishables fresh long enough to make the trip out to the carrier. Quote, "So the supply ship that comes here can't bring fruits and stuff because it can't stay fresh long enough with the time it gets them to get here." End quote. The sailor also wrote, "So we haven't had anything fresh but meat because it's freeze. Sometimes it gets here rotten. Haven't had milk in 3 months." End quote. The sailor also described a deployment that veteran crew members are calling unlike anything they've experienced. Quote, "This deployment is the worst one, and I pray no other boat goes through the same." End quote. The sailor wrote. Another quote, "Even people that have been deployed 100 times claim this one to be the worst and believe it can get worse than this. The Navy does not care. The mission will always come first." But obviously this is antithetical to the mission.
What is the mission? Exactly what is the mission? With $1 trillion budget, what could be the mission? And what could be the mission when you have $1 trillion to accomplish said mission? And your military is is running out of munitions to accomplish the mission. What is the mission? Failure? Oh, okay. Well, it seems like they're on track to accomplish their mission.
Whatever that mission may be, if you're utilizing soldiers in order to get from A to B in that mission. Put them up.
Okay. This link is in my description box. Let's move on.
Well, the USS George Washington is heading towards the Middle East as concerning reports emerge about another.
Let's move on to some more things that I wanted to share with you about. I was talking about, what was I talking about? Is the mission having our U.S. embassy being blown up in Dubai?
Patriot system, the air defense systems are running low. They've been.
Is that the mission? Having our embassy blown up in Dubai and having your Secretary of State Marco Rubio in the State Department put out more memos telling everybody to leave the whole region and get out once again, to get out however you can using public transportation. You remember in the good old days in the 70s where shit used to go down and they would have everybody who was working in these foreign countries they would put out a SOS and tell them to get to the U.S. embassy, and they would make sure that if they had to fly them out of the security of the embassy facilities by helicopters, they would get the U.S. citizens out of that country. Not anymore. No. The richest nation alive, the nation that has so much money. No. Get out how you can. We're not spending any money to get you out. Hell, We got soldiers. We have soldiers living in hotel rooms. You know, the things that you're not supposed to do. That putting your military in hotels right alongside civilians. What do they call that? What do they always try to call that, using civilians as human shields? Isn't that what they call that when they want to tell you that that's what other countries do when they want to call other countries terrorists? They tell you that other countries are using civilians as human shields, but when they are putting their military up into hotels, they don't call it that. You notice that? Do you ever notice that? Do you ever notice the contradiction? But I I went off on a little rant. Let's go.
This has been on Breaking News. I'm Ben Meiselas, and this is your Breaking News. It looks like there was a direct hit on the U.S. consulate in Dubai by Iranian drones. We can see the footage right here of the U.S. consulate in Dubai, currently on fire right now. You're seeing it right there. We'll show you what the direct impact looked like as well. We're getting some of that footage as well. Should also be noted that we are learning, here it is right here, just so everybody could see what it looked like when this Iranian drone attacked that U.S. consulate in Dubai, a direct hit right there. And that consulate is, seems to be severely damaged, if not almost completely destroyed. You're seeing it right there on fire. Also, moments ago, we learned that an Iranian one-way attack drone has struck the CIA station in Saudi Arabia. It's being described by the Washington Post and others as a significant symbolic victory by the Islamic Republic that they were able to directly hit this CIA station there. An internal State Department alert says that part of the embassy's roof collapsed and smoke-filled sections of the building. The full extent of the damage remains unclear. No injuries among CIA personnel have been reported there. We're learning also about a potential plan for the United States to support Kurdish volunteers and ground troops as part of a ground invasion of Iran. We are learning from ITV that weapons have been smuggled into Western.
A ground invasion. Put them in the meat grinder. The rich are telling you that's what they volunteered for. That's what we have them for. Did you know that they are talking about a ground invasion? I put them in the meat grinder. We had a fool in here talking about depopulation. There are too many people here. We have all of these rich people talking about making new developments, developing new cities. What do they need to develop all of these new cities for these oligarchs? All of these oligarchs who are talking about making new this, new that, new Gaza, new this, all of this new. Do you know that they are actually bringing in drilling equipment in Greenland right now? You know, Greenland was one of the sites that Peter Thiel, Peter Thiel, who already had his little personal personal building site, Parnesia in Honduras, that the Honduran government finally got shut the fuck down. Now, Peter Thiel has his site, allegedly had his sights set on Greenland because of all of the rare earth minerals that are under the ground in Greenland. Now, strangely enough, there is some building equipment, some drilling equipment that has been dropped off in Greenland, and Greenland is ready to blow up their own airport to prevent anybody being able to fly into their airport. Do you know that your president is allowing I think it's oil companies to go into Greenland? Oil companies are going into Greenland and dropping off drilling equipment. We're going to talk about that as well. Against the will of the people. They're like, we don't give a fuck. Did you know that? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Where do they do that at? Where do countries get the cojones to do that? Countries who we're going to talk about countries who don't even have what it takes to defend their own sovereignty if someone is to attack them. I'm not saying that. Your actual military is saying that. If somebody decides to attack the United States sovereignty, they can do that because we don't have what it takes to protect ourselves. I didn't say that. We're going to talk about that as well. Let's go.
Iran since last year to arm thousands of Kurdish volunteers. They are expected to begin ground operations within days, ITV News is stating. We've been told by Kurdish sources that American and Israeli forces have been asked to provide air cover when any such ground operation begins. Our sources do not know if that request has been approved. We also should just remember the United States betrayed the Kurds very recently in Syria and basically allowed al-Jilani, the former al-Qaeda leader who now runs Syria, to basically seize control of the autonomous areas in Syria. And so, you know, I find it interesting that we are now begging the Kurds for help after betraying the Kurds. And I'm not fully sure, or in fact, I would say, I don't believe at all the Trump regime is even thinking through.
The Trump regime isn't thinking through anything. Of course, they're going to kiss up to the Kurds again because Benjamin Netanyahu has said he is going to conquer Syria. So, of course, as after he has had al-Jilani of Syria, who was over al-Qaeda, who we were fighting in a war in Afghanistan, sitting up in the White House. And as Pete Kegbreath sat there and made nice with someone who was supposed to be who he was fighting, and as the great war fighter, Pete Kegbreath sitting up there shaking hands and keeping his motherfucking mouth closed. As the al-Qaeda leader, the new interim president of Syria sat his ass sitting up in our White House. Of course, President Trump is trying to make a deal with the people that he backstabbed and allowed Syria to take over their land. Because Benjamin Netanyahu has already made it clear that he's going to invade Syria. So what do you mean? What do you mean? You don't understand if Trump is thinking about it. He don't have to think about it. There is no thought process. There is just follow what you are told to do. We know who's running things. We know who is running what America does.
Any of this geopolitical, any of the geopolitical aspects of what's really taking place right here. We know as well that there was a call for all American citizens in the Middle East to evacuate. This was put out by the State Department's UN Assistant Secretary of State for Consular Affairs, Maura Namdar, posted on X, the formerly Twitter, this message. Security updates for Americans in the Middle East. And the post says, depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risks, and it lists basically every country in the Middle East. I think it's going to be difficult to leave via commercial means when the airports are under attack. I mean, the military airports, the commercial airports, the Strait of Hormuz, it's all under attack by Iran in retaliation for the United States and Israel striking Iran. It's just all of Donald Trump's destruction and devastation over the past 12 to 14 years becomes extra pronounced in this ill-fated war against Iran that I've referred to as Operation Epstein Fury or the Jeffrey Epstein War. I mean, they gutted the State Department. They put in all of these Trump lackeys. We don't really even have ambassadors in the Middle East region. We don't have the resources to even do an evacuation right now. We've attacked all of our former allies. Donald Trump has attacked Zelensky in Ukraine and made it much more difficult for Zelensky to fight the war. And Zelensky was basically fighting against Shahid drones from Iran that were being provided to Russia. So Zelensky actually has the knowledge of how you fight back against these ballistic missiles and Shahed drones. The Trump regime attacks Zelensky. While all of this is taking place as well, you have the United States having a serious munitions crisis, although Donald Trump claims that's not the case, but he lies about everything. We know from top admirals and generals and leaks from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs that America's munition systems and the munition systems we've given to our allies in the region, like the THAAD system or the Patriot system, the air defense systems are running low. They've been a significant amount of them have been expended. It takes like 6 in a month at most. Currently, the United States can produce about 6 to 7 interceptors, and at that same time, Iran can produce several hundred of its drones and missiles. So I just want you to think about that. It takes us a month, 6 to 7 max interceptors. They can do about 500 or so, at least like missiles and drones, in that, perhaps even more in that time period. And they've stockpiled a lot of it. Cheaper to make, hard to defend against unless you use these billion-dollar weapon systems. And so already we're hearing that the U.S. is going to have to, take away certain missile systems from Asia and bring them into the Middle East. The U.S. is betraying Taiwan, not making good on the $12 to $13 billion in military aid and weapons promised there, because Xi Jinping told Donald Trump, I won't meet with you in April if you provide any military support to Taiwan. I mean, if Xi Jinping wanted to invade Taiwan, the U.S. would be incapable.
Hold on. I think I don't want to talk about those buttholes. Let me see.
By the Ayatollah, by the regime. So now you want them to come out again after you told them to do it before? And also after you're saying that you don't want any democratic leader in Iran, that you are okay with kind of what you did in Venezuela as the template. Although thinking about Venezuela and Iran, it's like thinking about two complete, like it's the fact that he tries to even make that comparison is fatal. Like that's sick, deranged thinking to say Venezuela and Iran. But if what you're trying to say is somebody else from the Islamic Republic is going to be the leader, then how are you going to encourage people to protest against them when they know that you don't have their back? You've just stated you don't have their back. So what do you think the outcome is going to be? As I mentioned moments ago, there was a briefing by the Department of Defense and the State Department. I'm going to show you what it looked like when Senator Blumenthal, a Democrat, came out. And then I'll show you what it looked like with Senator Markwayne Mullin, Republican, MAGA, from Oklahoma. First, let me show you the clip of Blumenthal. Let's play it.
I just want to say I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish objectives that the administration seems to have. But I also am no more clear on what the priorities are going to be of the administration going forward, whether it is destroying the nuclear capacity of Iran or simply the missiles or regime change or stopping terrorist activities. And I think the administration owes it to the American people to have briefings, not just for members of Congress, but for the American public. Nothing here should have been classified. It should be available to the American people.
Do they describe? So the Trump regime is making all of that information classified or declaring it classified. So we don't know. So the most the senators can share, otherwise Trump's DOJ will try to arrest them. And as you know, they will try to arrest them. We've seen it before. That's all they can share. And he's like, why is this information? The American people need to hear this. We do need to hear this. I don't care, again, what political party you're from. This is supposed to be some secret? Like, what's the mission? What's the objective? What are we doing in the region? While you have a consulate CIA building in Saudi Arabia on fire right now, while you have the consulate in Dubai on fire, while you have the Al Udeid airport base on fire, while you have other areas in Dubai on fire, in Bahrain on fire, while you have the U.S. embassy or the U.S. consulate in Karachi in Pakistan on fire. Y'all realize that the United States Marines who were guarding the Karachi embassy had to open fire, and they killed like a dozen Pakistani people. Like, our Marines killed people to shut down that protest in front of the U.S. embassy here in Erbil, U.S. Air Force Base on fire. It's an arms facility in Iraq. The U.S. Embassy in Iraq under attack because of the Ayatollah's position in the community, being, the leader of 300 million Shiites. There's, as I mentioned, a lot of Shiites in all these other countries. And again, they view it now the way Trump handled this for a guy who is likely going to die anyway soon. I mean, the guy was super old and not healthy. You've now turned the guy into a martyr. You turn the guy into a martyr. The people who were starting to support him less are now rallying. And you think what? Arming the Kurds? What are they going to do? They're going to go block to block in Tehran? That's the game plan. You realize when they do that, then there's going to... What do you think then happens in Syria to the Kurds? Like, isn't it obvious what'll happen? Okay, so the Kurds do that. Then what's going to happen? Remember last year into early this year in Syria, you had the factions loyal to al-Jilani who were massacring the Kurds and others in northern Syria, in that area. What is going to happen? So the Kurds come into Iran, right? Representing now the interests of Trump and Netanyahu.
After Trump smuggled in guns to make it seem like the Iranian people were rising up. Let's not forget that. And then said that the Iranian government killed 10,000 people who were protesters, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000 protesters. No, that's what happened.
Kurds are going to be vulnerable in Syria. The Shiites in Iraq, and who represent the majority there. Remember the dynamic there that Saddam was a Sunni.
Oh, but I forget. These uneducated MAGA people believe every time these numbers went up by tens of thousands of protesters who were allegedly killed by the Iranian government. They actually believe these mysteriously inflated numbers. Let's continue.
But controlled a largely Shiite population, and then all of the sectarian issues afterwards of trying to put that back together in Iraq. Remember that was the Shiite population in Iraq rises up, right? And there's Kurdish communities in Iraq. So now what you end up triggering is what we saw happen in Iraq, for a very long period of time. That starts to happen once again, the sectarian issues in Iraq, then the sectarian issues in Bahrain, the sectarian issues spread to the entire region. You draw in, Saudi Arabia, well, they get drawn into the war now. And if Saudi Arabia is viewed as being, helping out Netanyahu and helping out Trump in such an overt way, what happens with the population there? And how do people respond to, MBS doing that? What happens in these other regions if it appears that you're out there helping Netanyahu versus defending your own sovereignty? And I saw, some analysis where people were like, this is backfiring for Iran because now Qatar and the UAE are getting involved against Iran, and Iran probably didn't see this coming. Of course, Iran saw this coming. Iran realized if it's going to strike inside, even if it's U.S. military interests, if Iran's going to strike inside any country, right? If they're going to strike inside the UAE and Abu Dhabi or Dubai, if they're going to strike inside Saudi Arabia, of course they calculated, let's not be naive, that there would be retaliation. But the plan from Iran is obvious. Create a massive, because they see their survival on the line. They control all these Shiite militias in the area also, in all these regions, right? It's in addition to the Shahid drones and the ballistics. They control all the Shiite militias around. So turn the entire Middle East into a massive sectarian war, massive sectarian violence there. Do that and make it as painful as possible economically, in lost lives for the United States as possible. Draw in a massive world war into the Middle East. That's the plan. And so rather than de-escalate, we're going to keep furthering this, and it's going.
Iran has said that they are going to escalate this war. This is what they said. They will be on the escalation tip of this war, period. And there will be no there will be no negotiations to end this war. This link is in my description box. They said that no, we're not going to be looking to de-escalate in this war, and we will not be negotiating with this man. What we are going to do, however, where's this video? We are going to continue this war, continue fighting this war until 2029. That's what Iran said. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you think is going to happen, but I go on and continue to think something different is going to happen. But Iran has said what their plans are for this war. So there's that. Let me refresh this page right quick. Hold on 1 second.
Economically, in law.
1 second. Okay. Now, here is something else that I want to share with you.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has called my reporting of sailors trying to jump overboard, running out of food, and suffering mental health breakdowns aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln completely misrepresented. The problem? Senators, congressmen, and the families of the sailors themselves say he's lying. And the timeline of what's actually happened this week suggests that they're right. On top of that, Donald Trump just ordered a $13 billion aircraft carrier redesigned because of a story he's been telling since 2017. And there's new reporting connecting Hegseth's leadership style to a Christian nationalist pastor who calls empathy a weakness. Hegseth is actively trying to embrace holy war. Before I get into it, I want to say thank you to all those who have reached out, to all those who have subscribed to support this work, who have liked, who have commented.
A whole white nationalist coup who is having our soldiers being prayed over in all of this Godspeed, God be with you, a Godspeed, and you are doing this to bring about the great rapture, or the great apocalypse, the great rapture. Bringing all of this right wing a Klan bullshit. They want to call it Christian nationalists. There's nothing Christian about this.
Commented, who have shared, who have sent me your stories aboard aircraft carriers in the Middle East right now. The Pentagon is not happy with this reporting, and our reporting has broken through in ways I could not have imagined. So if you can support this work, subscribe, get the word out. And
this link is in my description box as well. It is under the first title, U.S. troops clash with each other. So I told you that Pete Kegbreath, and I showed you where Pete Kegbreath came out and said that the report was a lie. Let's see the verification.
Let's break it down. Right now, Hegseth is facing direct accusations of lying after dismissing reports about worsening conditions aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. Reports that include sailors attempting to jump overboard, shortages of basic supplies, and a growing mental health crisis among the crew. Senator Ruben Gallego, an Iraq War veteran, said he's in direct contact with the Navy spouse who's been forwarding her husband's texts from the ship. His message to Hegseth was blunt: stop lying and fix the problem. Representative Seth Moulton went further, calling Hegseth's comments not credible, pointing out, quote, "This is the guy who lied about his own misuse of classified information," and arguing that the Navy wouldn't be rushing to replace this carrier if there weren't a real problem aboard. Senator Richard Blumenthal piled on too, calling Hegseth's dismissal of the overboard reports a disservice and profoundly disrespectful. Blumenthal's point is clear. What Hegseth is doing right now to the United States military is disrespectful. Listen to Blumenthal right now.
Senator, I appreciate your time. Hegseth says today that these reports aboard the ship are completely misrepresented. By the way, I'll just remind everybody that, for example, when it came to Trump getting off Air Force One and the catering car, all that was completely denied as false too. And of course it was true. So, they deny things whether they're true or not. So it's hard to know. But he says the troops have everything they need, even though, of course, we've seen the images of inadequate food. You heard the sailor there speaking to our Pamela Brown. So Do you believe anything that Hegseth is saying?
Hegseth trying to characterize these powerful, credible reports as fake news is really a disservice and profoundly disrespectful to the sailors who.
Now, see, now this is the ignorance that we have here. I love it when ignorance decide to show their faces. What does CNN have to do with this? What does CNN have to do with this reporting? How is this CNN's fault? You have nothing to say about what the sailors are saying, who are at war, who are fighting a war in a military that has $1 trillion budget, and they're starving, and they have no toothpaste, shower, soap, toilets. And you're talking about CNN being propaganda. As Pete Kegbreath comes out wiping his nose and sweating like a pig in an oven. And you're talking about just insisting to come up with some jazz pants and some tap dancing shoes to show your ignorance. To put the oneness on anything else but where the fault lies, you ignorant bitch. Let's continue.
Who are on the USS Abraham Lincoln and enduring these hardships. They are more than just quality of life threats. Lack of sufficient food, toothpaste, soap, hot water. Okay, that's quality of life maybe, but it affects morale and it exacerbates stress, which is reflected in that sailor going overboard. But anyone who's familiar with how an aircraft carrier operates knows that these jobs are highly stressful, requiring stamina as these fighter jets land on an area that looks like a postage stamp as they begin their descent. And these sailors, whether they are on the deck or below doing mechanics or at the surveillance systems fending off possible attacks, are all under tremendous stress and doing work that can be highly dangerous if they are either distracted or demoralized. So it's a real strategic issue. And remember also that there are reports now that the USS Washington is on its way to replace or relieve the USS Abraham Lincoln finally, after a record of 200 plus days without even a port call, without setting foot on ground. Well, the USS Washington is being taken away from its forward position in the Far East. So the endless war of impulse without strategy and exit plan is having a toll on our military readiness.
Yep, I believe it's 250 days without a land call. And I'll also just add, Senator, that I think just when you hear this as an American, and Americans rightly have pride in the greatest military in the world, but to hear that you have a premier military ship like this, right, a carrier, where people aren't getting enough food, I think it's stunning. It's hard to hear, and it's frankly shocking. And the conditions on the Lincoln appear to be in no small part because of the war with Iran, right? Extending the tour unexpectedly.
And well, I'm getting more and more exclusive messages from those, not just in the Lincoln, but across the United States military, because what we're learning today is that this problem isn't just unique to the USS Abraham Lincoln. I'm going to read you some of these messages. I'm keeping the people anonymous because based on what I understand, the United States military is seeking to retaliate against anyone who speaks out in this moment. Hey, Aaron, I'm a service member on a ship out here with the Lincoln currently, and I can in fact tell you that they are not making anything up on the Lincoln. We have it bad as well, but not quite as bad as them yet. It's only month 5 going on 6 for us, but eventually it will be bad. We have not seen land since being out here due to the Iran conflict. I know you're being bombarded, and I hope my message and audio reach your eyes and ears. But what is being said is true. However, not only on the sea, but on land. My son is in Kuwait and in his extremely poor health. His entire mental has been destroyed, and all he wants to do is come home to his room and his dogs. I currently have 2 daughters and a son-in-law currently serving. Every single word is true. I've mailed them a package a week since their deployment started, and they haven't received a single because they haven't been to port in 180 days. Food and supplies are extremely low, and the living conditions are horrible. I can confirm that this woman's children are on the Lincoln, the Bush, and a submarine. Hi, Aaron. I tried a message on Instagram, but I keep receiving an error message. My brother and his fiance are both in the Navy, and I can confirm what you have been reporting. His fiance is on the USS George W. Bush, H.W. Bush, not the Lincoln, and was recently back in the U.S. for a family emergency. So we were able to talk to her. She told us how they have virtually no food, water, or soap. They've been out at sea for 136 days with no end in sight. Morale is low. Everyone is miserable. It's heartbreaking. Thank you for your continued support and get the word out there. People need to know this is happening. Folks, this is serious. This is urgent, and it's happening right now and in real time. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, has failed our service members abroad. And while they're trying to censor anyone who reports on this, any service member who talks about this, and more. And that's exactly why I will continue to do it. I think it is so urgent in this moment that we get the word out, no matter what pressure the government puts on us, no matter how much they want to silence us. And I will never stop. And my DMs are completely open. If you are a service member or a family of a service member and you want to chat about what you are facing right now in the United States military, reach out to me directly. I am here to talk. I am not going anywhere. And if you want to support this work, make sure to subscribe, like, comment, share, get the word out. The more you do, the more people will see this. And I think the people need to see this. Hey, folks, thanks so much for watching. Feel free to add this podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or...
Hold on. Okay. Let me remind you. While this is going on, let me remind you of the story I gave you after the Pentagon in July 4th of 2025 had already secured their billion-dollar budget for 2026. This was already secured, a $1 trillion budget for this year, 2026. It was no question that for 2026, the Pentagon had a $1 trillion budget. However, in September of 2025, you remember what Pete Hegseth did? You remember Lobstergate? In September of 2025, Lobstergate, Pete Hegseth, Pentagon faces backlash over $7 million lobster fee. This was published in March of 2026, but this happened in September. I can find you some on-time reporting of Lobstergate. The government watchdog report reveals that the Pentagon under Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth spent $6.9 million on lobster tails during a single month in late 2025. That would be in September of 2025 under the guise, well, hey, we got an $890-something billion budget, and if we don't if we don't use all of our budgeted money, we will lose it for next year's budget. With the understanding that they already knew that their budget for next year was $1 trillion. So this was bullshit. They were blowing money. And we're going to look at some more current pictures and see what else Pete Hegseth could possibly be blowing. Let's continue. The expenditures were part of a record-breaking $93.4 billion use it or lose it spree in September that included ribeye steak, king crab, and luxury furniture. Critics and lawmakers are slamming the optics of this spending, contrasting the surf and turf budget with the administration's public push for federal efficiency. What about we're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse? This was doing right after the big, we're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. Los Angeles, a newly released analyst of the Department of Defense spending shows a staggering $93.4 billion splurge in September 2025 as officials scrambled to exhaust their budget before the fiscal year deadline. Why did they need to exhaust their budget? They already had their 2026 budget. The findings have ignited now here they are. There they were 2 weeks ago, going back to the Senate asking for $500 billion more dollars. Asking for $500 billion more dollars on top of the $1 trillion they already got. After September of 2025, they just blew off $93 billion. Make that make sense. And now here we are. We have sailors out there starving. Okay. Make that make sense. What are Trump people? What you got to say with dumb shit? I know that you have no critical thinking skills. The findings have ignited a firestorm of criticism over wasteful luxury purchases, just as the U.S. entered a costly conflict with Iran. What is Lobstergate? What we know, according to the report by Government Watchdog, Open the Book, the final month of 2025 fiscal year, the Department of Defense moved to exhaust its remaining budget to avoid future funding cuts, a practice known as use it or lose it. But they already had their 2026 budget, so they knew they would not be losing anything. So when you already have your budget for next year, why would you blow through $93.4 billion? Huh? Somebody answer me that. Because you're stupid. That's why you do it. Because you're stupid and you're wasteful. And because you understand that there is no, and you understand that the people who put you in office are just as dumb as you. Okay. Beyond the $6.5 million for lobster, the Pentagon spent $15.1 million on ribeye steaks, $2 million on Alaskan king crab, nearly $140,000 on donuts from the man who said that they don't want any more fat generals, over $124,000 on ice cream machines who don't want fat generals. High-end non-food items were also on the list, including $98,329 Steinway and Sons grand piano for an Air Force residence, $225 million in furniture featuring individual chairs costing nearly $1,900, $12,540 for fruit basket stands. Not even the fruit. Pete Cagbreath don't believe in getting fruit to our soldiers, so he can spend $12,540 for the fruit basket stands, but not the fruit. $5.3 million on Apple devices. Open the Books called the spending completely unacceptable, noting that the $93 billion total was the highest month of September spending since at least 2008. What they're saying is the defense. What they're saying in his defense, Cagbreath previously stated in February of 2025 that he welcomed a DOGE review, saying, "We need to know when we spend dollars. We need to know where they're going." The report has drawn fierce criticism from both sides of the aisle. California Governor Gavin Newsom marked Secretary of Defense by posting a AI-generated image of Cagbreath lounging amid steaks and lobster, caption, "Cagbreath blowing $93 billion of taxpayer dollars in 1 month." Y'all don't remember that? This is y'all have a very short memory if you don't remember that. I'm just curious. Nobody remembers that? Where's the different information? Be specific. Peter, be specific. What disinformation has been shared on this channel? Be specific. Be specific. Please, we'll wait. Peter Eater. What disinformation did I share? Huh? Oh, you have nothing. Where's the lie? Oh, you're saying the lie about disinformation. Okay. Okay, so let me, I thank you guys for being here. If you're not subscribed to this channel, please subscribe. I'm usually here on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I apologize for not being here last Monday. It appeared that YouTube had high traffic. I could not, not YouTube, StreamYard had high traffic. I could not even get onto StreamYard. But check for me on Monday, Wednesday, Friday between 8 and 8:30 a.m. And we are usually here. And if there is some more breaking news that comes about, I also will be here. Now, let me share a couple of more things about hot breath, keep keg breath. Since I got to that part of the video, let me. Do you understand that ICE has yesterday? Yesterday, ICE has acquired some shot gloves. Why do you think that ICE has acquired these gloves that they will be able to shock people with? Do you think that these are for undocumented immigrants, or do you think that these are for peaceful protesters? Uh, I think $200,000 worth of gloves that will be able to stun gloves. If you are unaware of that, uh, let's get into this. And before we talk about the ICE gloves, Dick Cheney's personal physician has rang some alarms about the condition of your sitting president. That rings true. You know, Dick Cheney had quite a few heart transplants and had a very, very bad ticker. So he decided to come out and talk about the number of times that your sitting president is just sitting up here asleep in the middle of the day, all of the bruisings on his body. You know, he did a whole interview on CNN and he talked about it. Maybe that's why that mag fart was so mad about CNN, but he cannot dispute any facts from professionals. So stay mad, bitch. Let's talk about that, and let's talk about these $200,000 worth of stun gloves that ham-faced Tom Holman is so excited that ICE has procured. And you know, the same ICE agents that they will not tell you will or will not be at your polling stations in November. Let's get into this. This link will also be in my description box under stun gloves.
A combination effect here that is dragging our country down and leaving so many people worried about the state of the country. And the media asleep at the wheel largely. But maybe, just maybe, we're seeing a turn. Yesterday on CNN, Aaron Burnett had Dr. Jonathan Reiner on, a top cardiologist in the United States. Such a top, respected cardiologist. He was Dick Cheney's guy who kept Dick Cheney alive for far longer than the country needed him to be. He's a guy who works on that high level of a patient, the vice president, or some would say president of the United States, Dick Cheney. And he went on and he listed a host of concerns that he has about Donald Trump's health and the graveness of those particular maladies that we are kept in the dark about. Not just talking about it from the perspective of a physician, but also as an American. Hopefully, this will lead to more people talking about Donald Trump and what's going on. Watch this, and then let's talk about it on the other side.
Dr. Reiner, what prompted you to write this op-ed at this particular moment?
Thank you, Emma Renee.
Well, the president doesn't look well, and hasn't looked well for much of the last year. He has perhaps the most consequential job on the planet. I'm concerned when I watch the president, as he's outlined, he's had multiple very visible ailments, and it's really not hard to see. He's one of the most photographed people ever to hold the, maybe the most photographed person ever to hold the office of the presidency. He has these really obvious bruises on both hands that just will not go away. He's had really some very severe swelling in his legs. And maybe most disturbingly to me, for the last several months, he has fallen asleep in the Oval Office and in other very public venues over and over and over again. And we have never seen this before.
I just want to jump in on that because I wanted to ask you about that. I just want to show people some images. We're looking at one of them now. That was an Oval Office event this week where he struggled to stay awake. And since the CAT scan that he had in October 2025, he's exhibited sleepiness in the middle of the day. At least I'm just talking about, when these images come and he's signing orders and stuff off in the middle of the day, we're showing a lot of them numerous times, right? It's a regular thing. In fact, so regular that people don't even.
No. I need to go back to that image right there where our RFK Jr., who's over our Health and Human Services, who is pretending like he's reading off a piece of paper and he's shaking like a leaf. Our RFK Jr. I talked about that on Wednesday. I forgot to show you this. Look at who's over Health and Human Services. And shaking like a fucking leaf. Our children are no need vaccination, and it's a whole hoax. And they're shooting so much vaccination in our children. Well, says the man who was shooting heroin in his body for 14 years, and sitting up here shaking like a fucking leaf. And shooting so much other shit in his body that he's the color blue. But this is who your president put over Health and Human Services. I want you to see that.
What prompted you to write this op-ed at this?
Most photographed people, other very public venues.
Here we go.
Over and over and over again, and we have never seen this before.
I just want to jump in on that because I wanted to ask you about that. I just want to show people some images. We're looking at one of them now. That was an Oval Office event this week where he struggled to stay awake. And since the CAT scan that he had in October 2025, he's exhibited sleepiness in the middle of the day. At least I'm just talking about, when these images come.
So we were supposed to believe that Robert F. Kennedy changed that page, all of these shaking hands, and you saw how quickly he had read everything that was on that page that he had just changed, and he was about to change to the next page. Let's see this whole clown show that is presented to you. This whole clown show that you're supposed to take seriously. Take it all in. Take in the flight attendant with this the scarf around her neck, who is back there patting on her belly. Was she trying to give some type of signal to whoever she's fucking in the Oval Office that she's having a baby? Let's take in the whole clown show of it all.
He's exhibited sleepiness in the middle of the day. At least I'm just talking about, when these images come and he's signing orders and stuff off in the middle of the day, we're show people some images. We're looking at one of them now. That was an
over and over again, and we have never seen this before.
I just want to jump in on that because I wanted to ask you about that. I just wanted to show people some images. We're looking at one of them now. That was an Oval Office event this week where he struggled to stay awake. And since the CAT scan that he had in October 2025, he's exhibited sleepiness in the middle of the day. At least I'm just talking about, when these images come and he's signing orders and stuff off in the middle of the day, we're showing a lot of them numerous times, right? It's a regular thing. In fact, so regular that people don't even comment on it. You write about it. Has the president's medical team identified?
Sleepy Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe. I'm going to put the audio pin up for Joe. Sleepy Joe Biden. We're going to put some sleep masks up for your portrait. We need to put these a pair of sleeping masks up for his portrait.
Identified the source of this issue. And how are they addressing it? You say it's one of the things that's most concerning to you. Can you talk about why? How serious of a problem could this be if someone is just regularly dozing off in the middle of obviously important events in rooms full of people?
If you come to see me in my clinic, and while you're talking to me, I pass out, you'll probably find another doctor. If you had to worry that your pilot in the cockpit was going to fall asleep during landing or takeoff, you would probably not fly on that airplane. So why is it acceptable in this country at this time, in this perilous time, for the president of the United States to have a really dramatic problem staying awake?
Look, I don't talk about Donald Trump's health as much as others in my space, as much as others in my cohort, my colleagues here on YouTube and Facebook and who have internet shows. But let me tell you, Dr. Reiner there is echoing concerns that I've had and I've talked about many, many times. And that is certain jobs you just don't get to have if you have certain conditions. Epilepsy, for instance. If you have epilepsy, you can't be an airline pilot. You put too many people at risk. It's unfortunate. If that's your dream, if that's what you want to do, you can't do that. If you're colorblind, you don't get to be a fighter pilot in the United States military. There are certain limitations. And when you're commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces, when you're president of the United States of America, when you are the head of 1/3 of our government, the same should apply. And Donald Trump, like Jonathan Reiner said, listen, if I'm your doctor and you come in for an appointment and I pass out in the middle of your appointment, you're not going to want me to be your doctor. You certainly wouldn't want your pilot to be uncontrollable in his nap schedule, right? So why is it okay for the president of the United States? Why is it okay? And listen, if it was one time George H.W. Bush had an issue when he puked at a state dinner one time or something because he had a stomach bug, or Biden dozing off, if Donald Trump just dozed off one time or every couple months for just a few seconds, this is an everyday occurrence. Every single day that Donald Trump appears in public, he falls asleep. Every single day he applies a thick Tammy Faye Baker kind of coat of makeup to the back of his hand. There was a time when he had a gross, pussy rash on his neck, rotting from the inside out. His fat, bulbous cankles that he can't walk. When he walks, he's always dragging that leg and hitting that leg. He's not well. Donald Trump is not well, and he's the president. He's our president. Like it or not, that dipshit is our leader. We are owed information about the wellness or otherwise of our leaders, both in Congress and in the White House. And
fuck that. Let's get on to the next story.
An 18-hour bender just being hung over every time. The mush-mouthed dildo with ears who represents a massive army of armed, masked agents of the state just seems like he is disheveled at all moments of his day and night. Yesterday, he appeared with Brian Kilmeade, the beady-eyed Brian Kilmeade on Fox News, to talk about these new shock gloves that they're going to be giving to ICE agents. Yet another torture implement to give to the execution squad. What could go wrong? $20 million our government is wasting of our tax dollars that could be spent.
$20 million. And here my silly ass said $200,000. $200,000, RonyiQ. No, $20 million for shot gloves to give to ICE agents. You know, like the ICE agent who took the life of someone and tried to lie and say that in where was that? Where Susan Collins is from? In Maine, and tried to say that the man had was trying to run him over, and only to find out that he had one of the worst criminal records that there was, had threatened to take the life of himself, his ex-wife, all types of shit on his record. These are the type of people that they are hiring for ICE, and went out in the street and took the life of someone who was not even supposed to have been on ICE's radar, who was on his way to work and had none of the shit on his record that the ICE agent had on his record, including all of this the domestic violence shit, allegedly. Let's get into this. And they're going to have shock gloves for whom? Because let's be real clear. they have determined that left-wing violence is the biggest violence in the United States, and NSPM7 has determined a way. National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 has determined a way to deem anyone based upon these unnamed indicators of deeming American citizens as domestic terrorists based upon things that they say are indicators. They don't say exactly what these indicators are, and what these indicators don't have to be. They don't have to be you committing a crime. No, you don't have to be. You don't have to be found guilty. Found guilty about to commit a crime. No, you don't even have to commit a crime to be deemed a domestic terrorist. Are you aware of this? And all of this talk about the left-wing terrorists right in time for the midterm elections, and $20 million worth of shot gloves. As Mark Wayne Mullins will not tell you if he will employ ICE agents at polling stations. Let's go.
Bolstering the effort to
As the new head of the DOJ, Todd Blanche, will not say if he will okay your president. No, his client, President Trump. He's not the president for the people. He's Donald Trump president. You heard him say that he's the president for Donald Trump. The head of the DOJ, Donald Trump's private attorney over the DOJ, Blanche. He will not say if he will approve ICE agents and or the military to be deployed at polling stations in November for the midterms. Okay, let's continue.
To feed hungry kids or shore up the subsidies of the Affordable Care Act. But no, we're giving it to unhinged, unqualified $10 million our government is wasting of our tax dollars that could be spent bolstering the effort to feed hungry kids or shore up the subsidies of the Affordable Care Act. But no, we're giving it to unhinged, unqualified, incapable agents of ICE to do what you know they'll do with it. Watch this exchange between Brian Kilmeade and the mushmouth dildo with ears, Tom Homan.
So you have something else I'd like to bring your attention to or talk about. DHS plans to spend $20 million on electric shock gloves to aid federal agents. How would that work, and what role would they play?
Well, look, it's another device to help someone be compliant where they're not. You just can't go from 0 to 100, right? And first thing you go for is lethal force. So, we have OC spray. We have tasers. So the glove is, the latest thing they're looking at to help in situations. You've seen the videos in the past year and a half, the fights on the street where officers are overwhelmed. This would be a tool they can use to make someone compliant. Now, there's a lot of.
No, I haven't seen those videos. Can you show me one? I haven't seen those videos. No. Have you guys in the chat seen those videos? No, because he's lying. Let's continue.
Training involved. There's still some, background, issues that need to be dealt with. So the implementation of these gloves out in the field are going to be a while. I think they serve a better purpose in detention facility where detainees get out of control. And there's
you think that they serve a better deterrent in detention facilities where there are no cameras to see how you are using them in the detention facilities where you can use them at your will and there's no record of them because when you use them out in the public, you don't know what camera may be watching you. So you think that it would be better to use them in these private owned detention facilities. Oh, he said it himself. Oh, Not enough people have died in these private-owned detention facilities.
Facility.
So not enough. So you cannot kill enough people in these detention facilities and without bruising them up. So this is a way to be able to do what you want to people in detention facilities, and they don't even have any bruises, and when they don't have those pesky little taser impressions, where when you tase somebody it leaves those telltale taser marks, those little taser pin marks. Oh, is that what you're saying, sir? Sir, is that what you're saying?
We'll see.
Tom Homan wants everything every way. He wants to say that they are law enforcement. ICE is law enforcement. You must comply with law enforcement. But also he wants them to have these types of bizarre implements like shock gloves that no other police department has. He wants them to be standard issue, kind of regular old police doing gumshoe police work, but also he wants them to be so special that they are outside of the bounds of the law and have weaponry, which this is, they'll call it non-lethal, but let me tell you something. If they put their hand on you and shock, you know what's going to happen. And let me give you an example of why this is a problem. Tom Homan just the other day, when asked a question about the alleged literal psychotic individual, the man with bipolar disorder, with psychotic features, who attempted suicide on multiple attempts, who abused his multiple partners in his life, who murdered the man in Biddeford, Maine. This is what Tom Homan had to say about that guy. And that guy who I just talked about, I don't remember his name, he would have been given these gloves too. That same psychotic individual who is unqualified to do the work, if indeed he is a police officer, is indeed a federal agent, is indeed law enforcement, he would have had these gloves too. This is how Tom Homan reacted about him.
On the ICE officer in Maine, is there any more clarity on how he got his job, considering the vetting concerns that his wife has raised? Are there potential changes coming to the vetting process of ICE agents?
That's a question for ICE. That's under investigation. I'm sure that part now is part of the investigation. We'll let the investigation play. I'm not going to comment on investigation as it's ongoing.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I can't comment. It's an investigation. It's an investigation. How many times do you need to say that when one of your ICE agents acts incorrectly, inappropriately, with murderous intent as an executioner in the streets of America, Tom Homan? How many times? Apparently a lot, because he goes on the news all the time, goes on Fox News, not really the news, right? Infotainment of Fox News, and says that if you don't keep your mouth shut, there will be more bloodshed.
So, President Trump's clear this policy is not going away. But it all goes back to the Dems who want to continually attack ICE and tell people to evade them, tell people don't comply, tell people to resist, and tell people ICE isn't a real law enforcement agency. You and I talked about this a year and a half ago, Laura. I said if the hateful rhetoric didn't stop, there will be bloodshed. And I'm saying it right now. There's still going to be more bloodshed unless they shut their mouth and let ICE enforce the laws that they enacted.
And what's most interesting about all of this ghoulishness is the fact that Tom Homan wants you to think that, look, you have a recourse if indeed an ICE agent happens to, in the rare occasion, act inappropriately with excessive force, with murderous intent. All you got to do is just sue them.
But let's be clear, you can attack the men and women at ICE all you want. It comes down to one simple fact. These people fail to comply with law enforcement. Even some of the major chiefs in this country who don't necessarily agree with this administration says you always comply with law enforcement. But the hateful rhetoric that ICE isn't a real law enforcement agency. I see these signs that would resist. ICE are let's abolish them. They're fascists. When you keep that hateful rhetoric up for a year and a half, there's going to be that percentage of that part, that population that's going to be emboldened to take action because they're not a real law enforcement agency. I should resist them. All they had to do is simply comply with law enforcement. If you don't like what law enforcement did you, then go to the court, sue.
Did you hear that, Renee Good and Alex Preddy? All you got to do is sue. All you got.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure you knew about that. Let's move on. Let's move on.
All right, y'all, we got to talk about this. This sort of went viral online here, but
Now, let's talk about who's running. Let's talk about who is running. All of the most important agencies in the United States. We just talked about sleepy Donald Trump, and let's see the qualified people who he has running the United States largest agencies, the largest budget. Let's see why it could be Pete Kegbreath is running back like a crack whore to Congress, asking for
All right, y'all, we got to talk about this.
Another $500 billion. Let's check this out.
This sort of went viral online here, but you had the Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegbreath. He was at some event here with Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, and many people are saying that our Secretary of War Crimes appears gacked off his ass. Okay, he is zooted. He is geeked up like a motherfucker here, y'all. Appears to potentially, allegedly, be using that booger sugar. Know what I'm saying? A little bit of that in this bitch. So here we go. Rupar says, Pete Hegseth wipes his nose, then runs his hand through his hair. Kylie Chung says, genuinely never seen anyone this hashtag caught. So here we go.
And the first C-17
Oh, man.
to come to Charleston
Oh,
Air
boy.
Force Base was called the Spirit of Charleston.
Oh yeah. Look at the eyes and look at the motion, the movement too. That is the face of a cokehead right there. Watch again. Here we go.
And the
Nose,
first C-17
hair. Look at his eyes,
come
intently
to
listening.
Charleston Air Force Base was called
Oh,
the
yeah.
Spirit of Charleston.
Oh yeah. Somebody go get a close up of his pupils, bro. Somebody go get a close up of his pupils. Look at that smile. That's a devious ass smile. One more time. We got nose, hair, standing weird, look. Oh yeah.
And see, this is the exact reason why I don't touch shit when I go outside. This motherfucker just rubbed his nose, rubbed through his hair, and put his hand on a public handrail. This is why I don't touch shit in public places. I don't open doors with my hands if I must. The first thing I do when I go in my house is I wash my hands and I take out my street clothes. This is why. Let's not forget Pete Kegbreath says that he doesn't believe in the germ theory. This right here is why. Nasty motherfuckers like this.
Oh yeah. Okay, but that's not it. So when he's giving his speech, Jamie Bonkwit says he's zooted out of his fucking mind. Okay. Hegseth is sweating. Quote, I'm a Norwegian from Minnesota. That's why I sweat like a son of a bitch. This is South Carolina in August. Hey, what's another side effect of upper use? Sweating. Here we go. Watch.
Globe, which is how we have to fight. By the way, I'm a Norwegian from Minnesota, so I sweat like a son of a bitch. This is South Carolina in August. That tactical innovation.
Oh no. Oh, Pete, what have you done? Look at him.
Globe, which is how we have to fight. By the way, I'm a Norwegian from Minnesota, so I sweat like a son of a bitch. This is South Carolina in August. That tactical
Bro,
innovation.
y'all are so caught. I mean, they have to know that we know, right? Like, they have to know that we know. You're not fooling anybody, homie. Nobody's being fooled. Okay. Remember this? Trump Jr., ironically.
If that's not enough for you, let's take a look at all of the mouth actions that go on in this administration. And let's look at all the mouth action, the nose action, the wiping of the little noses, and the I am really intrigued by the tongues swashing around the gums, the jaws moving, the water drinking, and the chewing as if you're chewing the water after. I'm very interested in all of these telltale signs of that would be telltale for, let's say, if one of those North Carolina cops pull a black man over and they were doing all of these things, they would be down on the ground, beaten within an inch of their life and thrown into the back of a car. But hey, white privilege.
As he went after Hunter for his drug problems, which Hunter is now clean and sober, right? Well, here's Don Jr. This was from the Daily Show, but they said cocaine news with Donald Trump Jr. And this is just a little peek into what Don Jr. is like all the time with his glassy ass eyes. He's on all sorts of shit. Look at this.
Want a news show that parties?
The guys in the room here are like, oh, hey, oh, hey. Like, hey, wait a minute.
Watch Cocaine News with your host, Donald.
Hold on. If you can't stand us, why are you here? If you can't stand us, I will make it easy for you. Since you can't stand us and you decided that you thought that you were going to make a big showing, I'll make it easy for you. Bye, bitch. Hit the like button on your way out. Let's continue.
Trump Jr.
Let's see which way the wind is blowing.
Hot takes.
If Lizzo's oppressed, then so am I, right?
Hard drugs.
We're like, wow, it's crazy. You don't have ideas?
And all the finger quotes you can handle.
The Inflation Reduction of Violence of January 6th.
Look at the eyes, bro.
I hope Trump comes.
I'm going to punch him out. This is my moment. I've been waiting for this. For trespassing on Capitol grounds. I'm going to punch him out. I'm going to go to jail. And I'm going to be happy.
Cutting up fat rounds of journalism.
Just insanity after insanity. They'll come up with a way to word it and say, well, this isn't exactly what we're doing. Human would also have man in it. We could just move to a blue state, basically going to do nothing, unlike all the prior presidents. A small nuclear war, not a big one, that could be bad.
That's pure uncut news candy.
I don't know whether to be upset or impressed.
Cocaine news.
Donald Trump Jr.'s on coke.
Oh my God, his eyes, bro. Dog, your eyes are such a giveaway, homie.
Trump Jr.'s on cocaine. Don Jr.'s on coke. I have a cocaine addiction.
Weekend, 3 a.m.
Jesus. Then there was this one. Remember this?
Oh, I love this
Narco
one.
Rubio. We covered this. I believe I covered this one.
I loved this one. He was actually on the world stage. This was pathetic. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
So obvious. Here he is, giving a press conference, and you'll see.
Vladimir Putin
knows.
Today,
I thought you were introducing yourself.
No.
I'm Vladimir
Definitely
Putin.
not.
Oh man, look at the eyes. Oh my days, guys, watch the nose touch.
Yes, sir.
Vladimir Putin today.
I thought you were introducing yourself.
No.
I'm Vladimir.
Way more talkative than he normally is.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Vladimir.
What
Putin,
are you doing here?
Nick Schiffer in PBS NewsHour. Vladimir Putin had his own end-of-year press conference today.
Oh, he's trying to step on my message.
Yeah. His went, I think,
much more talkative. Oh, the mouth. Oh no. Oh,
4 hours. So we got at least 3 hours.
That.
And he said he was willing to end the war in
I
Ukraine.
bet you he didn't do it in Spanish.
He did not.
All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh God, he's so high.
No, sorry. He said he was willing to end the war in Ukraine based on principles he had outlined.
All of that talking to say absolutely nothing. Well, I bet he could say, I bet you didn't do yours in Russian. So what are you talking about? All of this talking to say absolutely nothing. What the fuck is this? MAGA? Anything? What the left have to do with this, MAGA? Huh?
Last summer, and that included a complete Ukrainian withdrawal from 4 regions, most of which are not occupied by Russia. Recognition of
the tongue. Oh no.
Occupied.
Huh, MAGA? What you guys say about this, MAGA?
Russian territory in Ukraine and the complete lifting of sanctions. That goes beyond some of the recent.
What do you have to say about your Secretary of State appointed by and he's also the Secretary of State in some other high-ranking position he has. What do you have to say about him eating the inside of his mouth and licking the inside of his mouth? Nothing. And having no apparatus to to get American citizens out of war-torn countries that we are fighting wars in because we have been told that we must go fight these wars by Benjamin Netanyahu. MAGA, what do you have to say about any of this? Huh? Oh, nothing. Oh, it's Biden's fault. Oh, it's Obama's fault. Oh, okay. Thank you, MAGA. Shut the fuck up.
Conversations you've been having. So do you think Putin is serious?
Caught. Homie's caught. They're all caught. And that reminded me, remember this, guys? Rolling Stone from March 3rd, 2024. Trump's White House was, quote, awash in speed and Xanax. Under Trump, the White House medical unit was like the Wild West, and staffers had...
This was the first term. What did they call his the White House doctor Dr. Pill Popper, not a doctor. They called him Dr. Somebody, Dr. Feel Good or some shit, because they could go there and get any type of fucking upper, downer, whatever they wanted in his first term. Y'all act like y'all don't remember that. Awash in speed and Xanax. What was his name?
Easy access to powerful stimulants and sedatives, sources tell Rolling Stone. In fact, here's the Business Insider piece. The White House medical unit operated a pharmacy that gave out controlled substances to ineligible Trump staffers. Report said, gee, I wonder what they were using it for. The White House medical unit gave out controlled substances to ineligible Trump staffers, according to a new report from the U.S. Department of Defense Office of Inspector General. The report, which was based on an analysis of the unit's records from 2017 to 19, found that it violated federal law and regulation and DOD policy and had severe and systemic problems during the
The drugs dispensed included fentanyl, morphine, ketamine, hydrocodone, Provigil, Ambien, and diazepam in the first administration. Oh, but MAGA doesn't remember that.
Trump administration, quote, the White House medical unit dispensed prescription medications, including controlled substances, to ineligible White House staff. Additionally, we found that the White House medical unit did not...
And tramadol.
follow DOD guidelines for verifying patients' eligibility. The drugs dispensed included fentanyl, morphine, ketamine, hydrocodone, Provigil, which is a powerful upper, Ambien, diazepam.
I didn't even know what Provigil was, so that's why I didn't even even comment on it. What is Provigil? Now, a powerful upper. What else? Okay.
Said and tramadol, which is a big opioid. And then if you actually like zoom in here, it's kind of hard to see.
Tramadol, that's what they give people in mental wards to calm them down.
Basically, like every drug you could think of that's like a psychoactive substance, they're all here, bro. They were getting high as a donkey's balls, son. That's actually not the right saying.
High as giraffe pussy.
High as a giraffe's balls. Let's go with that. They were, oh my days, they were all so fucked up. So where was all this medicine going? Who took this medicine? And where was it going? Was it being sold? Was it being used by everybody within the regime? Well, I'll tell you one thing. For sure, you got some people very close to the president who, a little bit of that booger sugar or some sort of upper. And remember, there's allegations of Trump as well, Trump himself as well, being a speed addict over the course of his life. In fact, people who worked with him on The Apprentice say he used to snort Adderall. There's, of course, that infamous debate that he had with Hillary Clinton, where he was doing that throughout the debate.
The entire debate. Like, why don't someone give him 5 seconds to blow his nose? He sniffed the entire debate, and everybody acted as if that was normal.
That was after he got caught with the grab him by the pussy clip, and then he went out there and had to defend himself in that debate. It looked like he was flying high on Adderall, or some sort of upper. So anyway, lot going on here, bro. Lot going on here, and I think anybody who knows anything about drugs can see it for what it is. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
So that link is in my description box. Go over there and check out Kyle Kalinske, of course. It's in my description box under the title Ride the White Horse. If you wanna ride, doom, 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 ride the white horse. Let's see what
Donald
Iran
Trump
is saying.
finds himself in deeper misery, an absolute embarrassment tonight, as shocking new reports emerge that the war with Iran is taking an unprecedented psychological toll on US military personnel, culminating in a wave of attempted suicides. Yes, attempted suicides on board the USS Abraham Lincoln. Meanwhile, the escalation in the region has reached a boiling point after the UAE alleged that two of its commercial ships were struck in the Strait of Hormuz. Seizing on the chaos, Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi has taken a ruthless public dig at the deranged occupant of the White House, mocking Trump's routine humiliation at the hands of the Islamic Republic. But the global fallout isn't just happening in the waters. It has spilled directly onto the sporting field. At the ongoing European Athletic Championship, a Spanish commentator made waves on live television by choosing to completely ignore an Israeli athlete during the broadcast. This comes alongside an absolute masterclass on British soil, where Irish runner Mark English has created history moments ago by capturing the first ever individual men's gold medal for Ireland at the championships. This is a broad focus of my video tonight. But we also look at a lighter moment to wrap things up, especially English cricket legend Stuart Broad's hilarious mix-up during yesterday's spectacular solar eclipse. So please stay tuned. Right now, 5,000 American sailors and Marines are trapped in living hell in the Middle East. Several media outlets today reported that morale has cratered so severely on the USS Abraham Lincoln that desperate soldiers are actively attempting suicide.
So we are a laughing stock across the world. We covered that earlier in the show.
For decades, the world was told that the US Navy was an untouchable, invincible force of global power. But this conflict has completely shattered that myth. Look at the reality. The multi-billion-dollar USS Gerald Ford, hailed as the most advanced warship in human history, was literally forced out of active duty and crippled by a fire that started in a laundry room. Think about that. The same fleet that boasts about global dominance is plagued by embarrassing systemic failures, from basic logistics to reports of entire aircraft carrier toilet systems completely clogging up under pressure. Who would have thought that an illegal attack on Iran would completely expose this vulnerability, showing the world that the imperial machine isn't just overextended, it is actively rotting from the inside out. Meanwhile, the UAE has said that two ships belonging to Abu Dhabi National Oil Company were attacked while transiting the Strait of Hormuz this evening. The United Arab Emirates state news agency, WAM, said that no injuries were reported and the situation was brought under control. But the UAE's foreign ministry has condemned the attack. Now let's look at the journalistic dishonesty of CNN. You have to watch this clip first.
An exclusive CNN K-file investigation is landing tonight on Michigan's Democratic Senate nominee Abdul El Sayed. It reveals more than 100 videos on his YouTube channel that appear to have been made private before he launched his campaign. Now, CNN reviewed archived transcripts of those videos, and they're on very different topics, but their deletion is notable. In one, El Sayed floated the replacing the Second Amendment's right to bear arms with a constitutional right to health care. In another, he dismissed GOP concerns about the security of the southern border. And in another, he asked Americans to, quote, please find another way to celebrate the 4th of July, promising 4 reasons, quote, why fireworks suck. K-Files' Andrew Kaczynski uncovered all of this, and he joins me now. So, Andrew, I mean, you really had to go digging for this because this is videos where, you know, they've been deleted is the whole point. So you found them, were able to go through the transcripts of the videos. And what did you find?
Well, Aaron, this is all part of a broader pattern that we found with Abdul El Sayed, He spent years as a prolific commentator before launching his Senate campaign, and we had previously covered on this show that he deleted a lot of tweets about defund the police. Now, what we have found now is more than 100 of his YouTube videos on his YouTube channel that appear to have been made private. And one thing that is worth noting here is that his campaign now says that these don't reflect his beliefs today. But one thing that's worth pointing out is this really isn't a distant archive. These are comments from the last 4 years, with one of these videos posted as recently as 2 years ago. I want to run through a few of them of what we found. Now, you did mention that 4th of July video. You can see the taken down video.
But notice none of these things that he's coming on CNN to talk about is a deleted post about defund the police. He's on this whole diatribe about this Muslim who won the Democrat primary and telling you that he has erased tweets about defund the police. Is he going to show you one deleted post about defund the police? No, he's not. This is what a tweet he's going to show you how horrible this Muslim is. The fix is in. All of this bullshit, identity politics. These people are bad people. The way they are going after this man because he is a Muslim, trying to get the dummies, the YT dummies, all in a asses, all in a sling, because he is a Muslim. All of these alleged Christian white nationalists, all of these triple K's in a bun behind some religion when this whole country is sacrilegious. Are we serious? Are we gonna pretend like we give a fuck about what God anybody serves when half of this country serves no God? They serve a God of their skin color. Are we fucking kidding? The post that he put out, can we please find another way to celebrate the July 4th? For reasons why fireworks suck. After the 4th of July, the city of Detroit experienced the worst air quality in the entire world. Fireworks can trigger PTSD in veterans. Fireworks gone wrong risk to children and pets. So this is what this man, after saying, "Oh well, he's so bad. He's erased all of these texts and he said these bad things and he wants to defund." But this is what he brings to you. This is what he brings to you. And he said horrible things about the 4th of July. What's so horrible about any of these things that he said about the 4th of July? But this motherfucker, did you come on your channel and open your mouth when those white nationalists marched through the Capitol? Huh? Did you have anything to say then? Did you come on your on CNN and ring the alarm about any of that shit? Oh, fuck out of my face.
So right there from July 2024, El Sayed cited air pollution from Detroit, fireworks, chemicals used in fireworks, PTSD among veterans, and risk to children and pets. And he asked if Americans could find another way to celebrate. And Aaron, that is really just...
How dare he? How dare he ask if Americans can find another way to celebrate? Oh, the actual audacity.
One example, in another that we found from April 2020.
That's one example of what? That's one example of you not being able to substantiate the hate mongering and fear that you started this segment with. Is that one example of that? Oh, let's continue.
After a school shooting in Tennessee, El Sayed 2024, El Sayed cited air pollution from Detroit, fireworks, chemicals used in fireworks, PTSD among veterans, and risk to children and pets. And he asked if Americans could find another way to celebrate. And Aaron, that is really just one example. In another that we found from April 2023, after a school shooting in Tennessee, El Sayed floated replacing the Second Amendment right to bear arms with a constitutional right to healthcare, saying, what if we tweaked the Constitution, amended the amendment, and instead of the right to bear arms, we changed it to the right to have healthcare?
CNN is mischievously.
So you have a problem. You have a problem with people having the right to have health care. Because Lord forbid, Lord God forbid that everybody on the tails of a mass shooting, which is mostly done by YT people. God forbid that we say anything about gun control on the heels of a mass shooting. We talk about mass health care. Get the fuck out of my face. This link is in my description box. I thought that I would share this information with you. The attacks that they are, hosting on this man because he is Muslim. So let's get into some more things I want to share with you. Attorney AG Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche was sued by Katie Fang. Katie Fang sued Todd Blanche, and she said that Todd Blanche was not following the discharge order by Congress that said that he must release all of the Epstein files. And when he released the files, they were heavily redacted. And she filed a case against him about the redactions, and she said that he was preventing her from doing her job as a reporter because of the redactions, and the judge ruled that Todd Blanche would have to make a detailed report of why, and his response of him making the redactions was he was trying to save the people who were affected, the victims of the Epstein files. And that's what all of his redactions were about. And Katie Fang came back and correlated some of the pages that were redacted, which absolutely proved that all of these redactions had nothing to do with the victims. And in fact, were redactions that had nothing to do with the victims, and that in the release of the Epstein files order, it said that the redactions had to come with a sheet that explained exactly why the redactions were being made. Todd Blanche did none of that. Now, the judge ruled that Todd Blanche must go through all of the redactions that were in the Epstein files, and he must itemize exactly why he made those redactions. You know what Todd Blanche did when he was an interim AG? He ignored the judge rulings. He didn't even answer it. And then when they went back to court, I guess he thought that he was like, fuck it, I ain't doing all that. Fuck it. And then he came up with a poor excuse like, oh, I'm sorry, judge, can I get an extension after his time had passed? And he wanted an extension, and the judge was like, no, you can't get an extension. You were told to have this material ready for me. So Katie Fang took him back to court. Now let's see what the judge has declared in this.
Well, hello, everybody from Washington, D.C.
They went back to court on Todd Blanche blowing off the judge's order. So let's see what the judge has decided about Todd Blanche. I guess Todd Blanche, like, I got bigger fish to fry. I'm about to be the real attorney general. So let's see what happens.
just got here to be able to attend my 1 o'clock Eastern hearing in front of Judge Emmett Sullivan in my lawsuit against Attorney General Todd Blanche to compel the release of the Epstein files in full compliance with what that federal law, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, requires. Nothing more, but nothing less, as I like to say. Some developments happened late last night that we're gonna check out together. So, a notice of appearance was filed by a new lawyer from the Department of Justice on behalf of Todd Blanche. You'll see the notice of appearance on your screen right now. So, it was filed by a guy by the name of Andrew J. Block. And it says that he is appearing as counsel for defendant Attorney General Todd Blanche in his official capacity. Now, if the name Andrew Block sounds familiar, it should. He is not a newbie to working with convicted felon Donald Trump's administrations. In fact, he worked in Trump term 1.0 as counsel for the Department of Homeland Security. You remember all of that craziness involving the travel ban and other things that were deemed to not be particularly kind to immigrants, right? So Andrew Block worked for Trump term 1.0 as a lawyer at DHS. Now, he also has this on his professional work history. Check this out. According to LinkedIn, he worked at a place called America First Legal for 4 years and 9 months. This is from May of 2021 until January of 2026. Now, if America First Legal may not sound familiar to you, but how about the name Stephen Miller? We all know who that asshole is. Well, America First Legal was actually co-founded by Stephen Miller. And let's check out what they say their mission statement is. America First Legal is a nonprofit law firm founded to unapologetically and boldly defend the rights of everyday Americans. We oppose lawless government overreach and fight to restore the rule of law in the United States. We challenge the weaponization of government agencies and defend parents and children against ideological indoctrination in schools, demand strong and secure borders, and safeguard the integrity of our elections. But we don't stop there. Wherever the law is being abused, ignored, or twisted against the American people, we step in. Sounds very Stephen Miller-esque, doesn't it? I mean, he is one of the founders of this, and he served as the president of America's First Legal before he came to work with Trump at the White House. But Andrew Block worked at this, quote, legal nonprofit law firm, the unapologetically American one, for more than 4 years. So what does that tell you about the ideology and the mindset of this lawyer, Andrew Block? Let's check out some of the litigation that America First Legal has been doing. Oh, they've been dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion. They've been fighting for parental rights and education, and they've also been prioritizing immigration, all of which has been anti-rights, anti-civil decency, anti the integrity of what American democracy stands for. But that's where Andrew Block worked. So what did he do after he left America First Legal? Well, in January of 2026, and again, this is from his own LinkedIn profile, he became the chief counsel for U.S. Customs and Border Protection. And it says from January of 2026 to May of 2026, he served in the role of chief counsel at CBP. Well, what do you think was going on? Because I distinctly recall what was happening with CBP in the beginning months of this year. People like Alex Preddy being murdered in the streets in Minneapolis by a CBP agent, right? Yeah, I don't know, maybe CBP violating people's constitutional rights. Maybe CBP doing things that aren't supposed to be done. Boy, sounds interesting that the guy who was the chief counsel of CBP for that 6-month window of time, that he is now working for the Trump Department of Justice as, quote, senior counsel effective of May of this year. Now, look, what is that? What do they say? A leopard doesn't change its spots. So it's not like once Andrew Block left CBP and went over to DOJ that he decided that he'd find Jesus and things would change, because we've seen Andrew Block recently be the chief of defending convicted felon Donald Trump's $1.776 billion slush fund in the litigation that's been brought to challenge it. And we know that there's been several cases. In fact, we just covered one of them recently, just a few days ago here at Katie Fang News, that was brought by our friends and pro-democracy fighters at Democracy Forward, Sky Perryman, on behalf of several plaintiffs. And they filed an amended complaint recently in Virginia in front of a judge named Leonie Brinkema. Now, remember, in that lawsuit.
Let's get to the Epstein stuff, Katie.
Congress, like Senate Republicans, Cornyn was supposed to get. That also included 2 emails that we have reminded Judge Sullivan remain at issue, and that he has actually told when the motion for preliminary injunction I filed was granted by Judge. This line prosecutor has been handling the litigation defending Todd Blanche. But do you remember the timing of when Stanley Woodward came in? Remember, he came swooping in to try to save Todd Blanche when the motion for preliminary injunction I filed was granted by Judge Sullivan, granted in full, stating that I could get all of the 5 areas that I had listed in my motion for preliminary injunction. Unredacted emails that I was supposed to get. That also included 2 emails that we have reminded Judge Sullivan remain at issue, and that he has actually told Todd Blanche that he has to address today. One of which is, I love the torture video, right? And the other one is, I don't know what the problem is, 14, 15-year-old girls, how it's okay to have sex with them. How am I a sexual pervert? Now remember, those 2 emails are emails that Todd Blanche continues to defend the redactions of the sender, recipient, etc., right? The second area were the DOJ.
So Todd Blanche, the head of the DOJ, has redacted this, and the redactions are only supposed to protect the victims. And your the head of your DOJ has been told that he must unredact all of these files. The Epstein release law says that he must redact them. He has up until this day, even though a judge has already told him, the law has told him, he has been sued by Katie Fang, and a judge has told him, he still has not redacted this email where somebody says he doesn't understand while having adult relationships with 14 and 15 years makes him a pedophile. Is something wrong? Give me a fucking break. And your acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, has still not removed the redaction of who wrote this email. And your sitting Republican senators have approved him to be the head person of the Department of Justice. Where is the justice for children? Republicans, this is the thing that I'm curious about. I'm very curious about exactly what do you want for your country? How do you sit and think that having these people in charge of America is okay? I'm just very curious. How can you sit and sing song talking points off topic about Biden and Obama when you are faced with the fact of the depravity of your own party and say nothing? And we're talking about 14 and 15-year-old children. Let that sink in. What are you, animals?
Handwritten FBI interview notes. Those are definitely at issue today at my hearing, because Judge Sullivan said to Todd Blanche, you need to prepare to explain why you cannot manually redact these interview notes that were handwritten over 4 meetings with a victim who alleges that she was sexually assaulted and physically battered by convicted felon Donald Trump. There's also the issue of DOJ internal documents, including a draft indictment that remains redacted, despite the judge telling Blanche, if you're claiming that they're victims, you were supposed to bring corroborating information. There's also Blanche's failure to do the foreign language document translations, right? And then there was also the issue of the redaction log, which hasn't been done, even though it's statutorily required by the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So Stanley Woodward, after all of that was granted, came swooping in to defend Todd Blanche. And Stanley Woodward was the one who was filing and signing his name But then recently, we got that line prosecutor back. But I guess because today is such a big hearing, Todd Blanche says, I need to bring in senior counsel at the Department of Justice. So, you know, if I'm reading tea leaves, it may be the case that Todd doesn't show up today and this guy, Andrew Block, shows up. But a little bit of fair warning to Andrew Block. Judge Sullivan is not the type of jurist who's going to take kindly to a lawyer filing a last-minute notice of appearance last night, the night before a hearing, and then is unable to be able to answer questions that are posed by the court. I don't know what's going to happen, but I do suspect that there's going to be possibly an attempt to either punt or to try to sit there and give some type of, I don't know, half-assed explanation. Because remember, today deals with Todd Blanche's failure to do something, not Stanley Woodward's, not Andrew Block's, not even the Trump DOJ. Todd Blanche was ordered to comply and he has failed to do so. So can you imagine, because we know that this has happened in other hearings in federal courts across the country, where a court will order an answer from an official or from an agency in the Trump regime, and some prosecutor shows up from the DOJ and they don't have a fulsome, complete response because they've either been thrown on the case at the last minute or they are intentionally brought in so that they can feign ignorance, right? Or genuinely play dumb. I don't know, Judge. I don't know, Judge. I'm not Todd Blanche. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what he was thinking. But again, this is not the judge to play around with. And as we've seen in these other courtrooms, some of the judges have been like, no. I don't want you. I want this person, this official, this person at the very top of the totem pole to have to come to court and explain what the hell is going on or what hasn't been done. So again, this is reading tea leaves, but I think the timing of Andrew Block's notice of appearance last night suggests that there's some worry on the part of Todd Blanche about what his exposure could be today. It is a step.
Okay, the day is over with. They tried it. I just want you to see that they tried it. Let's see how that worked out for them, shall we? Y'all want to see how that worked out for them? Let's see what happened after court. I just wanted you to be clear on how they tried it. Let's see how it worked out. I want to give you the whole story. We see what your attorney general is up to out of the horse's mouth. This isn't the one. No. This isn't the one that I want. Hold on. Let me go back. Let me share my screen with you. Please stand by for a second. You see, this is why we are at war, in my opinion. For shit like this. Let's see what happened after court.
So we came out of this extra long status hearing today. Truth be told, myself and my lawyers did not expect this thing to last longer than 20, 30 minutes. 2 hours and some change later, Judge Sullivan concludes the hearing. What I want to do is, I understand that some of you had problems being able to dial in and be able to listen to what is going on. So I want to walk you through what happened during this hearing so that you get a full flavor of what it is. It's inside a federal courthouse. It's in front of Judge Emmett Sullivan. There were 3 lawyers for the Department of Justice today, none of whom was Todd Blanche, one of whom was Andrew Block, that I, as you know from my episode earlier today, I predicted that he was going to roll up into court today. No Stanley Woodward, no Todd Blanche. The line prosecutor who's been handling.
Now, this is in my description box, that a video before this one and this one is in my description box under Blanche Hyde's Epstein files. Let's not do what they want us to do. Forget about the Epstein files. There are cases in court to get the new head of the Department of Justice to follow the law that is being ignored right now.
Some of the talk that I, as you know from my episode earlier today, I predicted that he was going to roll up into court today. No Stanley Woodward, no Todd Blanche. The line prosecutor who's been handling some of the day-to-day was there. His first name is Saif. I forget his last name. And then there was a brand new face of some federal prosecutor. I think his first name was Garrison. So he was there. Straight out of the gate, what do we know? None of these lawyers from the Department of Justice representing Todd Blanche today knew what the hell was going on. Especially this guy, Andrew Block. Whether you think it was an intentional thing where he could sit there and feign ignorance with Judge Sullivan, or he legit sincerely didn't know because he had just been dropped into or parachuted into this case, who knows? But it was very evident the second that Judge Sullivan took the bench that this guy did not know and did not have answers, and that did not go well with Judge Sullivan at all. So I'm going to go to my notes and I'm going to walk through them with you because I want to make sure that you guys also have the full flavor of what happened today. The judge immediately started with the redactions for the names of the victims that Todd Blanche claims have either self-identified or identified through counsel that they are victims. And that's the reason why their names or their email addresses have been redacted from these documents that were provided to Judge Sullivan in an unredacted form for an in-camera or an in-chambers review. There was a second binder. We don't know what's inside of it, but according to this lawyer, Andrew Block, this second binder that was handed up to the judge today contained the, quote, corroborating documentation that the judge had originally ordered from Todd Blanche that would substantiate the claim that the redactions pertained to people, again, who claim that they are victims, or they have either self-identified, or they used lawyers to identify themselves as victims.
And you mean they just released these binders at the last minute after the date, or that they were supposed to give this information has long since passed? Interesting.
Andrew Block says that the second binder handed up to the judge is a, quote, representative sample of this victims in this case. And that according to the attorney review protocol, which
representative samples, which means that is not all of the names. Okay.
Covered here before, which was just made up by the DOJ and was not done in compliance, frankly, with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, because it expands the DOJ's spectrum of redactions and withholdings. There is a, quote, sliding scale of documentation available to the DOJ when it comes to people being able to identify themselves as victims. The department didn't weigh on the amount, didn't consider the amount of information. They just took at face value a representation by a victim or by their counsel, and that's how they applied the redactions. So that is what Andrew Block told the judge. The judge said, I will look at your submission of the second binder and I will look at it privately in chambers and I will advise. Now, with regards to those interview notes, the handwritten interview notes by the FBI agents of that 13-year-old girl who alleges that, of the woman who alleges when she was 13 that she was sexually abused by Donald Trump and physically battered. According to this DOJ lawyer, Andrew Block, because those handwritten FBI notes are duplicative of the FBI 302s, which are like the official reports that are generated, that's why they're not turning them over. And the judge pressed him and said, I don't understand. You don't have any additional information for me. You were supposed to come to court today and give me additional information as to why you cannot manually redact these handwritten notes. The judge asked Mr. Block, how many pages are there of these notes so I have an understanding of what's at issue? Block said, I don't have that info. Court says, you don't have an approximation of the numbers? And how about, have there ever been other handwritten notes that have been published that have been redacted? To which Andrew Block said, not to my knowledge. That is an untrue statement. We know that handwritten notes that accompany the FBI 302s, that they've been turned over. We've seen them ourselves in the production by the DOJ. At this point, this Andrew Block guy was struggling, face turning red, hands were shaking. He was stuttering. He wasn't really able to explain himself to the court because the court kept on saying, well, what is the cause? I asked Blanche to come and show cause why he could not do these redactions of the handwritten notes. And Block says, well, it's just duplicative. But remember, people, they never said it was duplicative. They said it was substantially similar. They said the handwritten notes were substantially similar to the 302s, and that's the reason why they weren't turning them over. So then the court said to Block, you have nothing to add to the previous response that was made by Todd Blanche. Block says, we're just looking for a clear order. And the court goes, well, what's unclear here? Yikes. And the court says, can't you tell me, is there another way to do the redactions? Okay, no response from Block. We need a good, clean order here because we're having difficulty understanding at this procedural posture what you want us to. When I tell you it was horrifically, painfully long. The back and forth on this, I was embarrassed for this DOJ attorney because he didn't really know how to answer these questions, right? And so what Andrew Block on behalf of the DOJ did, he spent so much time complaining about the Herculean efforts that hundreds of DOJ personnel undertook to be able to do the redactions for millions of pages. Judge Sullivan was unswayed by this. And let me be clear, Judge Sullivan was not being cruel. He wasn't being impatient. In fact, I was like, this guy is giving him so much grace. This judge is giving this AUSA so much grace that I didn't think this AUSA deserved. And yet the judge was insistent on trying to let this AUSA save his, I guess, position on what he was saying here. So just want to make sure that we stay on track. So the redaction log. The judge asked Andrew Block, do you have a time frame by which you're going to be able to provide this? And Block said, I don't. Block says there's a process underway regarding the Federal Register log. I don't know the timing. Judge Sullivan says, can you give me a date by which you're going to accomplish this? Because it was supposed to have been done, or at least there's an interpretation of the law that it should have been done by December of 2025. Andrew Block says, I don't have a date. Judge Sullivan says, but you knew it was going to be discussed today. So how come you don't have any of this information I'm asking of you? And Block says, it's coming, Judge, but this is all out of my control. Then the judge,
due by December 2025, and they have not presented it yet. And it's almost December. It's closer to December 2026 than it is anything else. Can you imagine? And nobody's in jail.
He's like, don't you have a time frame? 30, 60 days? Someone from DOJ has to answer this.
Oh, I don't know when I can get it to you. I have no idea.
And the judge says the Epstein Act said that this had to be done. Congress intended that this be completed back in December of 2025. So I need to know, what is the DOJ doing to comply with this redaction law?
Nothing.
And then the judge said something that I thought was really important, people. He said, is this case being afforded priority in the DOJ? How is this case not the front and center prioritized case at the DOJ? It's important. It's the Epstein files. And when Judge Sullivan said this, I was like, yes, finally, somebody is actually saying out loud.
It is prioritized. It's prioritized to be kept quiet and kept under wraps, and to be kept a secret, and to be ignored. So no one can know the names. That's the priority. To keep the names of the people who have victimized these children a secret. That's the priority that the DOJ has for the Epstein files. That's the priority. Everybody knows, everybody sees. What are the questions about the Epstein files any further? I mean, come on. It's time to move, make some movement on what everybody see is what's obviously going on with this DOJ, with these old ass pervs that are protecting the people named in these files. In my opinion.
What we've all been saying, which is this should be the priority for the DOJ. Then Judge Sullivan says, how is that nobody can give me a date by which this redaction log is going to be done with the Federal Register? I want you to get that person on the phone. If not, that I'm going to be forced to impose a date, and I don't want to be arbitrary and do that. Judge Sullivan then said, Congress intended the public and the victims to get this information. My job as the judge to ensure that this law is enforced. Then Andrew Block, on behalf of Todd Blanche, says, oh, Mr. Blanche has tried to comply with this order, but we need a clear, clean order. And then Judge Sullivan said, you want another order? And it's going to say something to the effect of, I really mean it this time. At which point in time, the courtroom erupted in laughter because it was just so absurd because Block kept on saying, I need a clean order. I need a clean, clear order. And the judge said, you know what? Part of me contemplated doing sealed proceedings where I invited just the government into court and no one else and allowed them to speak to me and walk through these unredacted items. But then the judge says, but then I said no, because the public has the right to know what's going on. The victims have the right to know, quote, what the hell is going on in this case. Now, with regards to the foreign language documents, the court says, I ordered the defendant, Todd Blanche, to initiate review of these documents and to give notice that this review is underway. And instead, Todd Blanche said that the court can't supplant Congress's acceptance of it's not practicable to be able to do these interpretations or these translations. And Sullivan said, I'm just trying to ensure compliance here because this is a requirement that is long overdue for these documents. Andrew Block, on behalf of Todd Blanche, says, I don't even know how many documents there are when the judge asked him. And then the judge says, but you knew this was going to be discussed today. Do you guys see a theme here or a common denominator questioning from the court? You're at the podium as counsel for the attorney general and you don't have this information. I mean, this is the kind of dialogue that was going on. And then the judge took a maybe 30, 40-minute recess. And when he resumed back on the bench, he said, look, he ordered me as Miss Fang to be able to prepare a proposed order about the FBI notes. The handwritten notes must be produced in camera, in chambers to Judge Sullivan, unredacted to be reviewed. And then with regards to the Federal Register, that redaction log, there's going to be the requirement that a declaration be done about the status of it, who's done it, who's been reviewing it, what's been going on, because Judge Sullivan wants the DOJ to have to own the representations made on the record today. And he told us, my side, to be able to prepare these proposed orders and this issue about the declaration in 10 days. And then this is a really important part of what happened today, and I want to make sure that we talk about this. I had raised the issue of having Todd Blanche held in contempt of court. The judge took a long time to explain an anecdote about how he, years ago, held 4 DOJ prosecutors in contempt of court, in civil contempt, because they refused to turn over documents to a criminal defendant. Once he held these federal prosecutors in contempt of court, he purged the contempt once they turned over the documents. 3 out of those 4 federal prosecutors appealed that order of contempt, and the federal appeals court upheld Judge Sullivan's finding of contempt. Judge Sullivan said, I am the only federal judge who has held DOJ attorneys in civil contempt. Now, I have no desire to do it again, but because contempt is serious. But he said this, but I will do it. That's not a threat. That's a promise. He then went on to say, I am not focused on contempt. I am focused on compliance with court orders. I understand how difficult your job is. No one ever has enough time, but you've never asked me for more time. And he goes, look, we don't have to do a conversation. I'm just talking about this. You don't have to respond. This was so important because he made it very clear to these DOJ attorneys that he's willing and able to do it. He doesn't want to hold them in contempt, but he's done it before and he'll do it again. And that's a really important lesson too. in part to these young lawyers that showed up. Although, again, I'm not quite sure if it was an intentional thing to bring these lawyers in at the last minute that didn't have answers that the judge demanded. I know it was frustrating. I heard that we pretty much crashed the dial-in system for the court today, so a lot of you weren't able to get this. I'll do a little bit more of a deeper analysis tomorrow, but I just wanted to make sure that I got this readout to you immediately so that you had this information. As always, thanks for the support, and be mad, be outraged, and demand accountability.
Katie Fang here. We launched the Katie Fang News Channel in partnership with the Midas Touch Network so we could bring you the latest in legal and political news. Straight, no chaser. So if you're a fellow truth teller, hit that subscribe button and share the word about this channel so we can build a high information America together.
As we mentioned a bit earlier, we are tracking breaking news at the U.S. Supreme Court. President Trump is asking justices to allow him to continue.
Hold on. Okay. I shared that in my description box. I thought that it was important that you understand that that is still ongoing and they are still stalling for no good reason, in my opinion. Absolutely no good reason. So let me share. Let me see if you guys have any comments about that. No comments. I concur. If there wasn't something to hide, he would have released them. I concur. I definitely concur. Talking about telling Marjorie Taylor Greene that his good friends were going to get hurt if they went through with that with the Epstein with the petition that they had that Marjorie Taylor Greene signed on to. Whom do you see that Trump is loyal to enough to to consider that he cares about their friendship, other than himself and his own personal family members? I'm curious. I'm curious. Who in his whole surroundings do you think that Trump wants us to believe is a friend? I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. That's all I'm saying. So there are a couple of more things that I want to share with you. A couple of more things that I want to share with you. Y'all know I have been getting in my bag about these
Another thing, no.
Billionaires.
So, Ryan Graham is a journalist
about these billionaires and their bullshit and the things that and the things that we may not be paying attention to. All of the things. Let me see. Let me see. Where did I want to? Trump's invasion of Greenland.
All right, y'all. So this right here is kind of a big deal, and nobody's really talking about it. But The Guardian says Greenland issues strong.
This is one of the things that I do want to talk about, the invasion of Greenland. This was, I talked about it earlier, that Peter Thiel's great dream places to build one of these new meccas, these new techtopia places for the ultra rich, allegedly.
Warning as Trump-linked oil firm prepares to drill. island's government says no approval given after Greenland Energy brings kit ashore for exploratory drilling. Okay, so what's happening here is the U.S. is illegally going to sovereign territory that is Greenland's, and they're starting to drill with no approval whatsoever. They've been given multiple warnings. Don't you dare drill on our territory without our approval. And Trump is like, fuck it, we're going to do it anyway. So as people are pointing out, this appears to be the beginning of Trump's attempt to take Greenland, to own Greenland. And he said the other day, we're going to take it, quote, no matter what. That's what he said. Okay. An American oil company connected to Donald Trump is preparing to sink wells in remote Greenland despite not having received permission from the local authorities. As the U.S. president renews his threats to claim the vast Arctic territory, materials to prepare for drilling were brought ashore in recent days on Greenland's eastern coast. That has prompted Greenland's government to issue a strong warning that no approval has been granted to land the kit. All future logistical matters must be advised and approved by the Mineral Resource Authority before they are carried out, the government said in a statement. 2 days later, Trump made his latest menacing post on Truth Social, showing himself looming over a Greenlandic village. It says, "Hello, Greenland," and you see the Greenland village here. Now, what did I tell you guys? I have been warning you guys for so long. A lot of you guys believe me, but a lot of you guys were maybe skeptical.
A lot of you guys think that this is a joke. A lot of you guys carry on. Oh, they don't know what they talking about. Oh, RonyiQ don't know what she talking about. Oh, she don't know what she's talking about. Oh, you give you yokos, you dummies, proof and information, and you think that these billionaires are out here giving a fuck about your wealth and well-being, and you dummies are out here talking about, oh well, they're gonna have to give us some type of universal income to live off of, and you never heard them one time say anything of the such, but you're going on a fucking dummy talking about some universal income that you are going to get from billionaires to live on when they are trying to eliminate all of your fucking wealth, all of your 401k and your pensions. And you think that the billionaires are going to try to set up a way to give you eliminate all of your jobs, and you think you are actually having conversations, and you have never heard this term come out of a billionaire's mouth. You guys are, sometimes it's just disheartening to hear the dumb shit that you will talk about. But you want to pretend like people who are giving you information are stupid. The fact that people try to tell you to prepare yourself, and you understand that these billionaires are already prepared. The fact that you motherfuckers sit up here and argue on the internet about bullshit, don't prepare yourself for the real fight that you are going to be up against in the matter of months. The real fight. And then when you realize that you're going to need something to protect yourself, you're going to go to the store and they're going to say, sorry, ma'am, you can only buy a box of 6 or 12 to go in your little pow. You can only buy 1 box per week. No, we're rationing those. And I've been telling you for months. I've been telling you for years. You need to make sure that you have something to protect yourself with. Sorry, ma'am, we don't have any of those containers that would safely hold your water. No, you can just buy a milk a plastic container for milk, but no, your water is going to spoil in that little clear milk plastic container. No, your water is going to go bad in that container because it's not food grade, and it will not save your water. No, sorry, ma'am, you got 2 gallons of water where the average human being needs about 7 or 8 gallons of water every day. I'm sorry, you stupid, and have not prepared yourself. Okay, let's continue.
Trump means it. All this shit he says, he means it. So when he threatens, for example, Greenland or Panama or Canada or Cuba or Mexico or any of the numerous countries that he's threatened. He actually wants to do some shit with those countries. He actually wants to take those countries. He actually wants to, I mean, he even said he wants to.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry you a dumb bitch and you got a gas generator when you knew that gas were on their final reserves and that they are depleting their final reserves right now. I'm sorry that you wanted to sit up on a raccoon's panel and talk about what RonyiQ didn't know when RonyiQ was telling your dumb ass to get you a solar power generator so your stupid ass wouldn't have to go up to the gas station where hundreds of people are standing in line and fighting over the remnants of the bottom of the barrel of the few little drops of gasoline that is still available, so your stupid ass can try to put it in a generator while somebody pluck you upside of your head for that little generator, the gas you putting in the generator and putting in your pockets outside of your pants like bunny ears because you a stupid motherfucker. I'm sorry you didn't listen to RonyiQ, but let's continue.
To reinvade Afghanistan to retake Bagram Air Base. He means it. Now, granted, it's all brain farts and he just like vomits it out on a regular basis. But when he says it, he fucking means it, okay? And it's something to fear. Why? Because this is the same guy who killed 180 or more innocent fishermen in the Caribbean and on the Pacific, okay? This is the same guy who kidnapped a sovereign leader of Venezuela and stole their gold and their oil and took $13 billion, put it in a private bank account that only he controls. Okay. He already bombed Yemen. He already bombed Somalia and Nigeria and Ecuador. And these are like, people aren't even paying attention to this shit. So now there was already a diplomatic crisis with Greenland because he was like, it came to a fever pitch where he was saying, we're definitely taking that bitch. And then what happened is the fucking EU had to get together to come up with plans to blow up the airports in Venezuela to make it, or excuse me, not Venezuela, in Greenland to make it so that the US cannot land there. That's how close, that's how much they're done with us and how much they realize we're a threat. And now it looks like we're illegally going after their oil, okay, as he's continuing to post menacing threats. This man needs to get the fuck out of our White House, bro. He needs to get the fuck out of the Oval Office. He has no business being there. He's destroyed everything about this country, including any alliances we had are now donezo. It is over. Even if a good Democratic president gets in there and tries to rehabilitate these, they're going to say, look, that's cool and all, but what happens the next time a Republican gets elected and they try to copy Trump and they try to steal our resources? We might like you. We might agree with you. We might make a deal with you, but the Republicans will just go in there and rip it up. We are done as the world's sole superpower. It is over. They say executives of Greenland Energy, a Texas company.
They're gonna say we will not partner with you until you have 30 years of educating your dumb public. So this will not happen again. Your public needs 30 years to get educated, to educate your stupid populace, because your populace put this idiot into office at their own demise. Why would we partner with you when you have idiots putting this type of administration in office? I concur with them.
Set up last year, all my days. It's a Texas company called Greenland Energy. Have claimed that $11 trillion of crude may lie beneath the Jameson land region. They announced plans to spend $60 million drilling 2 wells to find out. Although Greenland stopped issuing new oil licenses in 2021 on environmental grounds, a UK company called 80 Mile had secured exploration rights in Jameson land. Greenland Energy's corporate filings say it will take a majority stake in the project in exchange for funding the exploration, though it still needs government permission to proceed. Greenland Energy has retained Phil McGraw, better known as Dr. Phil, a prominent right-wing former chat show host who served on Trump's Religious Freedom Commission, to make a documentary series that will capture the mission of these modern-day wildcatters. Who would have thought that Dr. Phil would be involved in the Nazi-like invasion and stealing of sovereign territory? It has also appointed as a director a U.S. Navy veteran who is working on Golden Dome, which is nothing but a fucking scam, the missile defense plan for which Trump says controlling Greenland is vital. Larry Sweats, sweet sweats, whatever. Greenland Energy's chair and a big shareholder appears to enjoy access to Trump's circle. He has said the oil project is not related to America's annexation after a company representative falsely claimed at a Jameson Land community meeting in June that had permission to land drilling equipment. Sweat said, our enthusiasm for the project led us to communicate in a way that created confusion. But the next month, local people in the sparsely populated region noticed a tug pulling a barge shorewards and unloading a dozen containers. The goal was to get the equipment on shore at Nunapqueka, Jameson Island, in connection with planned oil exploration drilling, the Greenland government statement said. The Danish investigative outlet Danwatch quoted the head of the shipping company as confirming the delivery was for Greenland Energy. So this is all illegal. This is all illegal. Greenland Energy has declined to respond to questions from The Guardian. A letter it sent to shareholders on Thursday said, recent high-level meetings between project leadership and Greenlandic regulatory and oversight authorities have been constructive, and we continue to be encouraged by the progress being made toward the remaining approvals required for drilling. It said that after those discussions, just one well would be drilled to begin with. As a semi-autonomous territory of Denmark, decisions about Greenland's natural resources rest with its local elected leaders who now face a delicate decision. They could grant permission for oil drilling, even though the planned wells appear to fall within a conservation area protected by the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, or they could refuse, and some worry, give Trump a pretext to advance his imperialist agenda. In other words, you have to submit, and if you don't, we're just going to take it like we're Nazis. The Greenland government statement said it would not be proportionate to demand the equipment be removed. An application for permission remained under processing, it added. A Greenland Energy representative has said a vessel carrying its 300 shipping containers of drilling equipment is set to sail from Canada on September 12th. Sinking the wells would begin in October. Jeff Landry, the hard-right Louisiana governor serving as Trump's Greenland envoy, has said Greenland could be pumping oil next year. Jesus Christ. By the way, let's remember, Peter Thiel and the AI tech demons, they want Greenland to be one of their playgrounds in the same way they had an island off the coast of Honduras that they were basically allowed to steal, and they try to make it this libertarian paradise. They want Greenland for that same reason. They want to make it a freedom city. They want to make it so it's their own sovereign territory, and they have data centers that are built there, and they have the natural cooling of the climate there, which helps them out with the data centers. This is all on the record. All of this is on the record. Trump is trying to create the tech.
Did I not tell you this? Did I not tell you this? And also, they don't have to follow any laws, any rules, any governance of these new tech cities that they want to build. They can implant no regulations they have to follow. They can implant all of these computer parts into their bodies. Like they were doing in Honduras. Did I tell you that? If you have been over here on my channel, we have been talking about Greenland, all of the natural resources that are buried in the ice in Greenland. We have been talking about this for a long, long time. This link is in my description box. Let me see what is this in my description box under illegal Greenland drilling. We're gonna go in. Let's get into some of these cities that these tech bros are trying to build around the world, because everybody's acting like they don't know what's going on. Do you know what's going on? And you have these raccoon soldiers sitting out here talking about AI is going to be the next big thing. You should get your children into coding. Dumb raccoons out here doing the bidding for billionaires who don't give a fuck about you or your children. Because if these big AI companies needed you, they wouldn't be firing all of their AI engineers right now. But you got a dumb raccoon out here giving you bad advice and telling you that I don't know what I'm talking about because he doesn't know what he's talking about. But he is so embarrassed because I embarrassed him while he was talking his dumb raccoon bullshit, trying to act as if he's an elitist when he's just a big dummy sitting out here doing dumb shit with dumb motherfuckers. Don't believe the hype. get you some real information and find out what's really going on. I see, because everybody's not going to make it. Everybody's not going to make it. You know, there was a quote that has been attributed to Harriet Tubman, but I understand that Harriet Tubman did not make this statement about I would have saved more if people knew that they were enslaved. But it has been said that Harriet Tubman did not, in fact, make that statement. She would have saved more slaves if they had known that they were enslaved. A lot of these raccoons out here are enslaved. They are enslaved of the fantasy that people think that they are better than every other black person out here. They are enslaved to the fantasy that people even give a fuck about this image that they try to present, that they are some elite unicorn Negro in the United States of America, when all of they are is another common Negro in the United States of America. And what makes them worse than the average Negro in the United States of America is they try to put on airs as if they're better than any of the regular black person in the United States of America. The fact that they are addicted, the fact that they have to get up and smoke something and use something to adjust their feelings, to face themselves in the mirror, is very telling. The fact that they have to drink and smoke something to put on their airs shows that they don't love and respect themselves, as they wish that you would pay some type of homage to them in the bullshit that they put out, because they hate themselves. Well, guess what? I don't have to smoke and drink anything, and I hate you too. But let's continue.
Of America, which is expanding U.S. territory, our imperial footprint. And this is another clear example. He's doing exactly that. Okay, now here's Farron Cousins, and he's going to come out here and he's going to explain, as he says in this video, Trump declares he's taking Greenland no matter what. This is from a couple days ago. Here we go.
During a recent podcast appearance, Donald Trump once again insisted that before he leaves office, the United States is going to control the territory of Greenland. We are going to be taking it away from Denmark one way or another. We don't know how yet, but it will be ours because we desperately need it. Even though obviously we've, been just fine without it. We somehow, right this very moment, now desperately need Greenland. But here's what happened. He was on with Real America's Voice host Steve Gruber. And Steve Gruber said, I made a prediction on this program that before you left office that Greenland would be under our operational control. And Trump responded saying, you'll be right. They want to do something. Greenland is important from our standpoint, not from their standpoint. You should make that bet. They want to do something, he said. And then he admitted, it's not important for them. But they still want to do something. Yeah, they do want to do something. They want to prevent you from ever stepping foot in their country ever again. That's what they want to do. Greenland hates you. And we have seen that multiple times throughout your administration when you've sent your little envoys over there and they actually had to pay people to take the MAGA hats and still ended up throwing them in the trash. They don't like you, and they do not want to be a part of the United States, nor do we need them to be a part of the United States. As I said, the United States has been getting along just fine without controlling Greenland. There has not suddenly emerged a need to take over the country so that we can, monitor the Arctic, because we can already do that from Greenland because they've given us permission to do it. We've got military bases there.
And in classic Trump fashion, is not enough. Why? Because he's all about the domination and the humiliation and expanding our imperial footprint. He's all about colonialism. He's all about rolling the clock back to old school imperialism. And so even though we functionally had control of Greenland, he wants to make it official. He wants to actually steal it. He wants to invade it. and then he wants to jack all of their natural resources. It's like people, again, it's hard to really understand the psychology of a malignant narcissist and a fascist like Trump. But you should know by now, looking at Venezuela, looking at Iran, looking at the carpet bomb.
Okay, so what we gonna do? We're gonna roll up some snowballs, some ice balls, and invade Greenland. Because this fucking idiot and the idiot that he has over our military has exhausted all our munitions in this disastrous Iran war. What are we gonna do? Let me see. The economy. Y'all want to talk? No. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Here is wait a minute. Where? Hold on 1 second.
I have been researching one of the weirdest stories that I've ever looked into. It's about a once fringe movement among the tech elite that aims to replace governments entirely with corporations. Privatize.
Okay, this is where we are right here. If you're not aware, this is where we are right here, right now. How many times have you watched my show and I showed you Peter Thiel speaking in, I think it was in 2016 or around that time, saying that it would take too much. Democracy is too hard because it takes too much to change people's mind and get them to vote. So you need something different than democracy. This is where we are in the world right now. As you get these ignorant voting against their interests and voting to relieve all of these billionaires of their tax debt and any type of inclusion into having any type of empathy about their fellow man in society. All of this pretending as if they have created everything that is great around the world. And when in fact it is mankind and the work of mankind as a unit that has created everything in the world. And in most cases, the people who have patents on things that have been created in the world have had no hand in creating the things that they hold patents on. Are we paying attention here? So this is where we are in the United States and in the world right now.
Societies run by CEOs built. I have been researching one of the weirdest stories that I've ever looked into. It's about a once fringe movement among the tech elite that aims to replace governments entirely with corporations. Privatized societies run by CEOs built for profit, not for people. Almost like they wanted their own little worlds, playlands, built just for them based on their desires. I eventually pulled away from the story because it seemed a little more silly than anything to be concerned about. But then I realized they might already be getting their way. Just look at Doge and Palantir replacing or breaking the basics of the government, the plans for a futuristic, privatized new Gaza, AI infrastructure growth that seems immune to public opinion, and invasions of countries seemingly at random.
A new power structure in society that will overcome the existing democratic power structures when billionaires.
And who let Doge into our power structure of government? None other than 4547 gave Doge and Musk and Grok and all of Elon Musk computing and hackers who were working for Doge. Yes, hackers, not government workers. 19 and 20-year-old hackers that worked for Elon Musk were put into Doge in our Treasury Department, in our Health and Human Service Department, in our Social Security agencies, and got all of our information. Who allowed that? 4547 allowed all of that. And what did Doge do? They gave all of that information to Palantir. What does Palantir do? Palantir does all of the surveillance, the flocking, all of the drones, and all of the war fighting apparatuses for our government. Who did that? Who allowed that? Well, did Joe Biden? Did Obama do all of that? Joe Biden? Did Kamala Harris did that? Did Joe Biden? Who did all of that?
Suddenly have a tremendous amount of power, and democracy has been proven to be exceedingly vulnerable.
So I decided to dig back in. What is this movement? Where did it come from? How did the people involved get so powerful? Where is it going? And importantly, what can we do to stop it? Let's go back to the weird origins of all this. In 2008, Peter Thiel first got involved in philanthropy, if you can call it that. He opened the Thiel Foundation, a nonprofit that invested in building the world Peter Thiel believed in. And one big investment sticks out: the Seasteading Institute. The Seasteading Institute was started by Patry Friedman, the grandson of Milton Friedman, the famous economist who gave politicians the academic backing to rip off the global working class. The goal of TSI was to build self-sustaining societies at sea, ruled by new governments on newly constructed land. This was particularly appealing to libertarians who wanted to escape the constraints of modern governance.
To rip off the global working class. You know how they have found a way to rip off the global working class and the retired working class by letting these IPOs being allowed to reach into your 401ks and pension plans when prior to Elon Musk X going public, they were unable to do these things. And now that all of these big AI tech agencies were deciding to go public, they made it a 15-day waiting period when it used to be a 3-year seasoning period before these new IPOs could debit into having your financial institutions trade in these new stocks. And then they whittled it down to a medley little 15 days when a trillionaire X came into purview, needing money because this AI bubble is nothing but bullshit. Yes, it is, Angela. Yes, it is. Let's continue.
Question of whether seasteading is desirable or possible, in my mind, is not even relevant. It is absolutely necessary.
Peter Thiel provided the seed money for this project and set up TSI with some office space in a conference room in the Palantir office. He also hooked Friedman up with one of the co-founders, Joe Lonsdale.
You know, we're the guys who create institutions that are changing the world, and we've changed a lot of industries so far here in Silicon Valley, but we haven't been able to change the government. That's a pretty hard one.
Silicon Valley changing the government is exactly what Thiel wanted. I spoke with one of the people who's been following the rise of this movement better than anyone else, Gil Duran, journalist and author of The Nerd Reich, to get a better understanding of the philosophy behind all of this.
There's a long history of people seeking to escape democratic societies or else to bring back monarchy or authoritarianism. In 1997, there was a book that came out called The Sovereign Individual. It argued that in the 21st century, two technologies would result basically in the overthrow of democracy and the demise of nations like the United States. Cybercurrency, which we would call crypto today, and the other one was advanced automation that would create a world without jobs, and that wealthy individuals who are savvy investors could profit from this coming doom and prepare for it by making the right investments. This book had a major impact on Peter Thiel.
And of course, it influenced the people Thiel was paying. Joe Lonsdale got to work. He started a nonprofit, California Common Sense, allegedly dedicated to transparency in government spending, so that voters could make a difference if they found things they were unhappy with. On the surface, that sounds great, but two founders of that nonprofit started a for-profit, OpenGov. OpenGov is a software service for government agencies to manage data. The idea of replacing democratic processes in the hands of all of us with technology in the hands of few was becoming less fringe, and other nonprofits with similar goals started popping up.
But while the idea of using technology to make a decentralized country had some illustrious backers in the mid-2010s,
I'm going to leverage technology to create a new country. And yes, I did say country, not company.
it never really materialized on a serious level. But the think tanks would herald a few successful versions of their privatization plan.
Like Sandy Springs, Georgia, famous.
Now, another thing, Joe Lonsdale. Do you guys, some of you guys may not have been with me long enough to remember the story that I did on Joe Lonsdale. You know what Joe Lonsdale is also famous for creating? He's famous for creating bills that go on your state legislator that has criminalized homelessness. Yes. This is the where the bright idea comes from, criminalizing homelessness and creating encampments to put homeless people in camps and make them work. And what do they call that? Concentration camps for homeless people, and you are put away in these camps and you have to work to pay your way because you have been put in this camp. You're not working for a fee to be paid. No, you're working because you are incurring a debt to this private company that is making money off of the state government to build a private homeless encampment. And then they are charging you, the homeless person, that they have made illegal. That is what he is famous for as well. Isn't being a billionaire fun? Give him another tax cut.
The first city in America to privatize nearly all government services. It was the darling of the libertarian press. Everything for profit, nothing public, and a consulting firm making a little cash off the taxpayers at every juncture. Those extra taxes for corporate profit started adding up, though. Eventually, Sandy Springs unprivatized, saving taxpayers millions of dollars a year.
There are also nascent communities focused on Christian values that the network state media heralds.
Battleground Washington, where a data center billionaire is buying up all the property to own the town, the mayor is on his payroll, and Highland Rim, a series of developments in Appalachia run by the investment firm New Founding. And that's not even including the California Forever Project, a proposed tech city in Solano County funded by Mark Andreessen, Reid Hoffman, Sam Altman, and other billionaires. But what if this was never really about these little mini...
Now, we talked about that California city as well. What is that? not Bill Gates' husband, the one who died from cancer. His wife was in on it as well. That went down because they were buying up all of this farmland, and the people was like, "No, you're not buying my land." And then they tried to take their land, and then they came back and said, "Oh, well, we're gonna." They try to present it as, oh no, this is just a city that we're building, and it's going to have all this housing and stuff. Come to find out, it was exactly one of these, and so now they're going to try to come back and get someone to be on their city board and all of that. They're going to try to come in legally with this in California. We talked about this as well. This has been going on for a long time, but RonyiQ don't know what she's talking about.
Governments. Here's Peter Thiel saying the quiet part out loud in 2010.
Technology is this incredible alternative to politics. And the task in this world where politics has become so broken and so dysfunctional is to find a way to escape from it.
Tech instead of politics. We already had Doge and Palantir becoming the operating system of the United States, with a stated goal of being more powerful than the governments using it.
How can we help the government stop the bad guys while also putting systems in place to make sure nobody within the government was doing anything appropriate? So you have to have systems that watch the watchers.
After leaving Palantir, Lonsdale, through his firm 8VC, continued investments in what's called GovTech, tech for government clients. That's surveillance tech, AI drones, AI weapons, even tech to replace 911 with AI. All aim to replace, privatize, and profit from tasks normally attributed to democratically accountable officials.
What's happening now, though, is that the companies are becoming more powerful than the governments they serve. When we suddenly have all these billionaire oligarchs spending so much money, they were able to actually capture the federal government with Trump. So it's this interesting moment now where we're getting a glimpse of what government by technology company would look like.
And Lonsdale is working to convince you that we need this by making you scared. Lonsdale founded the Cicero Institute, a think tank that pushes anti-homeless messaging. Not anti-homelessness messaging, but messaging attacking the homeless themselves. And even legislation creating concentration camps where unhoused people would do forced labor.
You actually can go into states, you can partner with governors, you can pass laws. Cicero's in 15 states, we're getting dozens of laws passed, and then we're gonna teach people that and go to the national level.
Riling people up is definitely part of their game plan. That's what we saw in the San Francisco recalls. San Francisco had a spike in crime during the pandemic, but so did almost every big city in the United States. Only in San Francisco, which has extremely low crime rates compared to most cities in red states, did they create this massive panic using social media and doom influencers to convince everybody that everything was worse than it had ever been.
And as Lonsdale got into nonprofits and think tanks, Patri Friedman, remember him, Milton Friedman's grandson, started his own VC firm with backing from Peter Thiel, called Pronomos Capital, existing entirely for investing in privatized governments. In Honduras, Pronomos invested in the first government run entirely by a for-profit corporation, Prospera.
Prospera is this little enclave on the island of Roatan in Honduras that claims to be its own little charter city that was funded by...
Now, we talked about Prosperous over here. All of this stuff has come and gone, and the ignorance in the United States know nothing about these things that these billionaires have been perfecting for decades. And it has only gotten bigger and bigger. This is where we are in the United States of America. And they own most of everything, and they are surveilling everything in our government. Everything.
By American venture capitalists and has been touted as the flagship project of the network state movement.
But the real flagship project is something bigger. The entire United States government. It shows in policy. Remember the whole thing about taking over Greenland? That idea emerged and was celebrated by the people we've been talking about.
I think having a frontier is very healthy. I think part of America being great is that it's growing and creating more wealth for everyone. If the people in Greenland want to be part of us, if we can use those resources better and make sure Russia and China don't get advantages in the Arctic.
The Freedom City as a name didn't really gain momentum, but the idea is there. And the influence in the administration is clear. Joe Lonsdale helped staff up the Trump administration, and just recently accompanied administration officials to the Philippines to christen a new regulatory zone.
Just last week, we signed a historic deal with the Philippines, 4,000 acres, right next to Subic Bay, where we're going to build a first of its kind AI native industrial park.
I was there for a day in the Philippines with everyone. They're excited what you guys are doing.
That sounds a lot like a startup city. They've also embedded themselves with the rest of the right-wing movement.
I could not have envisioned that J.D. Vance, a Peter Thiel protege, would be the vice president of the United States. And so when Vance got onto the ticket, then it became real that this stuff could travel to the White House. In September 2024, there was a conference at Fort Mason in San Francisco called Reboot 2024. And its website announced that we were now in a new reality and that Silicon Valley was waking up and about to become this powerful force in politics. And the guest speaker was Kevin Roberts of the Heritage Foundation, who is the guy who had shepherded Project 2025. So here you had tech VCs in San Francisco and Kevin Roberts in the same venue proclaiming the new reality. And the new reality is where we are today.
And that's showing in actual policy, like the administration's quietly announced plans for maritime prosperity zones, districts on American soil with fewer regulations for corporations to build ships and reinvigorate the industrial base. Then there's the New American Industrial Alliance, a tech industry interest group, pushing for unrestricted data center growth. They were listed.
Not only have they given them the permission to build ships, they have also given them the permission to raid ships. Private companies, your government has given them the permission to raid other ships. I'm going to read that article for you as well. If you are unaware of that, we're going to get into that as well. Private companies.
As co-sponsors of the Blueprint for America, lobbying for prosperity zones on American soil, a plan to sell federal and public land to private companies to build low regulation, low tax havens for progress. Their co-sponsor on the blueprint was the company behind Prospera in Honduras, whose lobbying disclosures show they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars pushing for prosperity zones. But they also spent big on begging the American government for handouts of your money. They've lobbied on refunding the U.S. International Development Financial Corporation, a government organization run by Epstein associate Ben Black that uses tax dollars to invest in American companies abroad. That's privatized foreign aid. And they might finally get their way.
Black went to Honduras and promised investment in real estate and technology there, including an investment in La Ceiba, which is slated to be absorbed by Prospera.
But it's more than just government handouts. It's war crimes.
So we did a master plan, and we've developed ways to redevelop Gaza. Gaza, as President Trump's been saying, has amazing potential, and this is for the people of Gaza. We've developed it into zones.
It was sort of insane to see it all come together in this way. But again, wherever you look these days with Trump or with these tech guys, there's always the idea of a new city that they're proposing. And it's not clear why we need these new cities. You know, Gaza should be rebuilt for the Palestinians, but these guys see it as an opportunity to take the land. And so that shows you the degree to which this thinking is starting to imbue everything that they do.
Look at how the people in this fringe movement reacted to other invasions. In 2019, Mark Lutter, leader of a Peter Thiel-funded New City think tank, said that overthrowing the Venezuelan government would be an opportunity for these projects. And when the invasion did happen, Lutter suggested America establish a Florida or Texas-style government there. He cites America paying for a wholesale development plan after regime change, which is exactly what we're doing in Iran today, to the tune of $300 billion. Palmer Luckey, Lonsdale and Thiel associate and founder of AI defense contractor Anduril, pictured here in cosplay suggested a privatized city on Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, which President Trump also threatened with invasion.
Again, nobody wants this. They know that. That's why they hate populism. That's why they hate democratic representation, despite all of this being couched in freedom.
What they're asking for is to exit entirely from any government structure. But that's just not how it works, especially when most of these guys are government contractors and are still wanting to have the benefits of our society without having the responsibilities of our society.
These are people who don't like being told no. They're angry at the pushback against data centers, that we don't want AI to take over everything, that no one supports annihilating a civilization to replace it with one they can profit from.
People need to understand that the billionaires have become radicalized against democracy, and they're in the process of using everything they have to try to destroy it. And that's the battle of our moment. That's the battle of our time.
It's not too late to push back. Public response to data centers works. Many of the governance as a service startups are starting their work in towns and states where you can still have a voice to stop them. The billionaire class wants to turn your home into their playland, completely change how everything is run, to funnel more wealth to themselves, create chaos, and then when everything is all fucked up, walk away with their winnings to their own private enclaves, all under the guise of fixing a broken government, a government that they broke. And yeah, sure, the government is broken, but it's not because of democracy or lack of corporate privatization. It's because of corporate power. We need more democracy and less corporate control.
That link is in my description. Playing with the $212 million worth of gold reach Iran from the UAE so that Iran doesn't attack the UAE. Too late. The UAE has already been attacked for trying to go to the Strait of Hormuz. I guess they figured it out. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can verify what you just said. Let me see. Let me verify. I see no such thing. Reports that claim of the that in 2026 the UAE transferred billions of dollars in frozen assets, including around 1.5 to 2 tons of gold valued at 212 to 283 million to Iran via Royal Jet Boeing 737 flights from Abu Dhabi to Tehran. The alleged purpose was to persuade Iran to halt missile and drone attacks to the UAE territory amid wider U.S.-Iran conflict. Let me see. 23 hours ago, UAE Royal Jet flights fuel claims of secret Iran billions. That was 23 hours ago. 3 billion cash, 2 tons of gold, 15 planes. Is UAE appeasing Iran? This is 1 day ago. I'm not familiar with this site, Money Control. Let's go to first post. Let's go to. Thank you for this. Hold on 1 second. Let me go to this site and share this story. I do see that story on first post. Let me share this with you. Thank you, Sports, for giving me this information. It seems like everybody is looking for other allies.
And welcome back to First Post Live, where we bring you the day's top stories from across the world. I'm Josh Barnes, live from the First Post studios. Let's begin with the headlines. The United States has stepped into the Russia-Japan showdown over the disputed Kuril Islands. After Putin visited the islands yesterday, Washington has reaffirmed its support for Tokyo's sovereignty claim. Hopes are fading in Colombia as rescue efforts continue, with hundreds still missing following Monday's powerful earthquake. At least 281 people have died, with thousands injured after more than 10,500 homes were destroyed. Indonesia's president has vowed to close 750 state-owned enterprises by the end of the year. Prabowo Subianto has also mulled a potential special court to investigate made-up profits as the country continues to battle corruption. Wildfires in Croatia have forced hundreds of people to flee a tourist hotspot on the country's Adriatic coast. More than 150 firefighters are battling flames that have destroyed homes and vehicles, according to local media.
Hold on. Let me see when this post came out. Let me see. When did this post come out? Hmm. 10 hours ago.
And Nigel Farage has won the Clacton by-election. 2 tons of gold worth around this hour with one question. Is the UAE trying to appease Iran to buy itself out of the next phase of the war? Abu Dhabi has reportedly released billions of dollars in frozen Iranian assets. That includes 2 tons of gold worth around $283 million. This comes as the US-Iran war appears to have hit a dead end, and the UAE's reported move may signal a shift in the conflict. According to multiple reports from Tehran, billions of dollars in frozen Iranian assets held in Emirati banks have now been released. And there is more. The UAE is also reportedly helping Iran rebuild its damaged passenger fleet. Now, the trail leads back to Abu Dhabi. An aircraft reportedly flew from Abu Dhabi to Tehran's Mehrabad Airport and Karaj's Payam airports on August 11th and 12th, respectively. Each time, it stayed for roughly an hour before flying back. But this was not the first such trip. The same aircraft had flown from Abu Dhabi to Tehran's Mehrabad Airport on June the 8th. Iranian officials told Reuters at the time that the flight was linked to the transfer of $3 billion. But back then, the UAE did reject that claim.
These allegations are entirely false and unfounded, stressing that no frozen Iranian funds have been released, transferred, or facilitated through the UAE. The UAE's foreign policy is guided by promoting de-escalation and reducing tensions across the region while advancing lasting peace and stability.
Now, these moves appear to be part of a wider effort. The goal is reportedly to convince Tehran not to target the UAE if fighting with Washington intensifies once again. And Abu Dhabi is not just putting money on the table, it's also opening up another channel. That is aviation. The UAE government has reportedly allowed the sale of 15 second-hand passenger aircraft to Iranian airlines, among them a former Saudi Boeing aircraft, transferred to Iran through the UAE-based ECT Aviation Support. And the aircraft pipeline continues. Reports in Iran say another 14 passenger aircraft are expected to arrive with.
Speaking of Boeing aircraft, you remember when 45, 47 sashayed his ass over to China and told you that there was going to be a board of economic board between China and the United States based upon some agreement that Boeing was going to sell China 10 or 15 jets. You know what happened with that? No, there's going to be no purchase of Boeing jets from China. Did you hear about that? Huh? Now, China, Xi is supposed to be visiting the United States in September. Let's see if that visit from China is still going to happen. Um, this administration is a whole farce. There is no more agreement to buy Boeing jets from China. But and there are a lot more nations that are now Iran also has made a lot of trade agreements with a lot of countries that are trading with the BRICS. And they are, of course, if they are trading with the BRICS, they are trading to do these trades in their own money because that is what the BRICS do. They trade and they buy goods using their own money. So, who is trading with the U.S.? Who is knocking down doors to trade with the U.S.? Who puts tariffs on every product that comes in and out of the United States at the whim of a petulant president? Huh? Who is looking to partner with a unstable partner like the U.S.? Whom? But there are plenty of people who are looking to partner with Iran, all of these nations that are partnering with the BRICS. Did you know that? Are you aware? Well, you are now.
Help from Emirati companies. More than 30 passenger aircraft were reportedly bombed and destroyed by the US and Israel during Operation Epic Fury and Lion's Roar. So, as Iran looks to rebuild its damaged aviation fleet, more aircraft are now arriving through an unlikely channel, the UAE. There is even satellite evidence of that movement. The satellite image shows 2 Airbus planes at George Enescu International Airport in Romania. They were there shortly before reportedly being transferred to Iran with the help of the UAE government. For Abu Dhabi, this is a delicate balancing act. It has close ties with Washington, but it also shares the region with Iran and does not want the war spilling onto its territory. According to reports, UAE officials have been engaging with Iran since July. The asset releases and aircraft transfers now appear to be part of the same efforts. Keep Abu Dhabi out of the line of fire. Now, the stakes are huge. Washington and Tehran remain deeply divided over any possible deal to end the conflict. The fighting has already shaken West Asia, and governments across the region are watching closely. For the Gulf states, they never imagined that a war between 2 powers could so quickly impact people across continents. So Abu Dhabi appears to be creating distance between itself and the battlefield with money, gold, aircraft, diplomacy. But one question still hangs over the UAE. Will these moves be enough to keep Iran from turning its fire back on Abu Dhabi? Just when one fire dies down, another spark hits the exact same ground. Now, one of West Asia's biggest economic powerhouses is back in the line of fire. Yemen's Houthi rebels claim to have hit a Saudi Aramco refinery in the Jizan region with 2.
So we remember when this administration first started, Pete Kegbreath was over there giving out information on a unsecure site. It's the Signal unsecure site about strikes on the Houthis. The Houthis who actually have anti-aircraft missiles that could have shot down our aircraft. And you had this dummy giving out times when they were going to strike these Houthi rebels. And then all of a sudden your president came out and said, oh, well, the Houthis said that they don't want to fight anymore, so we're leaving. No, they took a tail and ran from over the fight in Yemen with the Houthis because they were getting their ass whipped. They had to turn around a aircraft carrier so quick that two fighter jets fell into the ocean. The Houthis who have the Bab Strait closed, those Houthis. These are the people who, when we first got Trump in, that they had Pete Kegbreath over there talking about what Biden wasn't doing in the fight with the Houthis. And they had to tuck tail and run. They came in fighting the Houthis. These people. This is who they had Kegbreath over there fighting and sending out their fight information over the Signal app. Y'all remember the Signal app? Oh, that seems so long ago that you found out for sure that you had an incompetent fool over our military. So long ago. Let's see what the Houthis are up to now.
Drones, the group's affiliated news agency. Now, one of West Asia's biggest economic powerhouses is back in the line of fire. Yemen's Houthi rebels claim to have hit a Saudi Aramco refinery in the Jizan region with 2 drones. The group's affiliated news agency described the strike as a precise hit. Now, there has been no immediate comment from Saudi Arabia or Aramco on the claim, but this could be the second attack on the refinery in less than a week. It is part of a broader string of Houthi strikes on Saudi oil infrastructure. The escalation follows the Houthis' maritime blockade against Saudi Arabia last month. The group claims the latest strike came in response to Saudi drones entering Yemeni airspace. The Houthis cited actions from Riyadh over 2 of its provinces as the reason for the attack. The rebel group has warned that it will respond decisively to any further Saudi military action.
The Yemeni armed forces warn the criminal Saudi enemy against committing any foolishness against our country and people, and it will bear the consequences of any escalation. We advise those among our countrymen who have been misled and deceived to leave the Saudi enemy's camps and return to their home regions before it is too late.
Well, in recent weeks, Houthi forces have also targeted shipping in the Red Sea. A separate attack on a cargo vessel in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait this week killed 6 people and injured 10 others. And this is why the Red Sea has become such a critical front. The Bab el-Mandeb is the narrow strait connecting the Red Sea with the Gulf of Aden and the Indian Ocean. With that shipping route under pressure, Riyadh is now looking to build a wider security net around it. The kingdom has announced a new international maritime defense alliance to protect shipping in the Red Sea from Houthi attacks. Dozens of countries were invited, with Saudi Arabia saying 13 had agreed to participate. And Riyadh is also deepening its security ties with Pakistan and Turkey through a new joint defense agreement. But that does not automatically mean that Pakistani or Turkish troops will enter the war. Experts say the agreement so far does not guarantee such military involvement.
I don't think any of the 3 countries is interested in, which is, for example, the extreme case of responding militarily to an attack coming from those militias. It doesn't mean that they will not cooperate. It doesn't mean that things will not be done in a covert way. But I mean, at least for now, is something that is a work in progress.
Meanwhile, in Yemen, the fight is between the internationally recognized government and the Houthi movement, which controls the capital, Sana'a.
Our armed forces have conducted a military operation against the Houthi militia's forces and capabilities, including its terrorist elements, on several axes along the front lines with our armed forces. We emphasize that any attack on one front or axis is considered an attack on all fronts and axes of our armed forces.
And behind all of this is a conflict that never fully ended. The Houthis seized Yemen's capital Sana'a in 2014 and fought the Saudi-backed government for control of the country. A truce in 2022 brought an end to heavy fighting, but no comprehensive peace deal ever followed. That fragile status quo came under pressure again after the United States and Israel launched their war against Iran on February the 28th. In July, Yemeni government forces backed by Saudi Arabia attacked Sana'a airports. The Houthis then responded with missile attacks towards Saudi Arabia, and the Houthis' role cannot be separated from the wider Iran-US confrontation. Iran has long backed the Houthis as part of its regional network of groups opposed to Israel and the United States. The group's attack on Saudi shipping can therefore also put pressure on Riyadh and Washington. The pressure is no longer coming only from the region. Britain is now urging Iran to stop supporting the Houthis. UK Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations said Tehran's support threatens Yemen's stability. She also warned that the latest escalation is worsening an already dire humanitarian situation. The fire may die down, but the threat keeps coming back. For a kingdom built on oil, the next threat is coming from the sky. And just when the smoke clears, another strike could be on the way. And the US Navy is sending another aircraft carrier to West.
Okay, thank you for giving me that information. Now, I appreciate that. We have the update on the update of the update. So, with the Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Pakistan agreement, we know that Pakistan does have nuclear weapons. We also know that any agreement that the United States makes, Israel goes out less than 5 or 10 minutes later and say that they are not going to honor any agreement that America makes. And we know that Israel has already said that they have Turkey in their sights to strike. So I don't see any good or any protection that will be honored between the UAE getting any protection with Benjamin Netanyahu already setting his sights on Turkey. So what is the United States going to do when Turkey gets struck by Israel? Keep voting for who you vote for. And if this is what your senators and your congresspeople are supporting, and this is what you're supporting. If you are sick of all of these wars and all of your blood and treasure going out to fight for things that are not in your interest, let's see what you are really in store for if you continue to vote for these Democrat and Republicans that are spending your money on things that does not affect you and how you live your life. Guess what happened in the budget? The breaking news in the budget that you may want to pay attention to. Let's see about the American budget, shall we? Who are they going to get this money back from? Are they going to get this money back from people who are on Social Security? Are they going to cut more people off of welfare? Breaking government posts a record budget deficit, and Republican infighting is what is it?
The United States federal government just posted a record budget deficit for the month of July in history, a $432.3 billion government deficit in
$432.3 billion deficit for the month of July 2026. Wait, for not for the year, for the month of 2026. All of you no regulation, tax cuts. Where has that gotten you? Let's hear that again. Let's start all over with that again. Huh?
The United States federal government just posted a record budget deficit for the month of July in history, a $432.3 billion government deficit in the month of July. And Republican infighting is exploding over it because Republicans are saying, well, Mr. President, isn't this what Doge was for? Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida says the failure of Doge in one sentence in response to the highest July budget deficit ever recorded in history, the largest one-month deficit since 2021. Donald Trump and this idea of fiscal conservatism do not go together. Republicans have long argued that Democrats add too much money to the deficit, that we're too much in debt, and yet we are adding to the debt and to the deficit at a record pace right now. And it's not making many Republicans too happy, and this infighting is set to really explode ahead of 2028. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Spread the word.
How did they think that the deficit was going to be lower with all of the over $900 million that 4547 has funneled to go to the building of the ballroom? Do they think that just because they act as if they don't see the theft happening that's being funneled to 4547 little pet projects, that that money doesn't count? When they ignore the funneling of money from our treasury, because they ignore it, they act like that doesn't go to the deficit of our nation. Okay. Keep playing dumb. Keep playing dumb, Republicans. Keep playing dumb. Let me share this. Let me share this right quick. Why don't we get into some things? Here we go. Let me give you an update on Nolan Wells, shall we? I haven't seen this update. Let's get updated about this Nolan Wells. I have seen this raccoon Brandon Tatum lying in these ever evolving, changing bullshit stories from these alleged friends. I have seen the pictures of the Wyatt guy who looks like he is mainlining from some type of crack pipe, the amount of weight that has been lost from his neck, and all of these horrid pictures of him. It's just a bunch of bullshit that is going on in this investigation. I have seen Chris Cuomo come out and tell us that he has definitive information that Nolan Wells has drowned after the DA has come out and said that everything about the autopsy was going to be sealed into it until it go to a grand jury. And I have seen Don Lemon and Nancy Grace never come up with the question of, if everything has been sealed by the DA, how is it that Chris Cuomo has came out and definitively said that he knows that the autopsy says that Nolan Wells has drowned? And I have seen all of these people who do their shows on YouTube try to purport themselves as real journalists, but they can't answer this real question. How would Chris Cuomo, who doesn't know for sure that his brother was a manhandling and being handsies with his female staff, he could never be sure about that. But all of a sudden he can be sure about the cause of death about Nolan Wells, who allegedly did the autopsy is under seal. But he couldn't be sure about his brother being inappropriate with his staff. I guess Chris Cuomo doesn't know what being inappropriate with his female staff is himself. But let's see the update on Nolan Wells, shall we?
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S. strikes on several fishing boats near Ecuador's Galapagos Islands earlier this year were part of a secret operation conducted by the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA. That's according to the Washington Post, which spoke to a source anonymously. One of the boats disappeared January 20th, along with 8 of its crew members who are presumed dead, according to the United Nations. Survivors of 2 other vessels that came under attack in March said they were abducted by U.S. forces, hooded, cuffed, and tortured aboard a ship before being taken to El Salvador. No U.S. government agencies claim responsibility for those strikes, which the Washington Post reports are separate from the Trump administration's publicly acknowledged strikes on boats off the Caribbean and Pacific. The Pentagon has provided no evidence for its claims the boats were carrying drugs. More than 200 people have been killed in the U.S. strikes since September. Meanwhile, U.S. Southern Command and Panama have concluded Panamax 2026, a series of...
Oh, so the CIA did it. Oh, the CIA did it. So now we're going to come out and say, oh, the CIA did it. We're going to come out with the fact that the CIA allegedly did it since the investigator, the prosecutor who was investigating this case, her and her sister was shot down in broad daylight when she was told, oh, be careful, don't investigate this case. And she was shot down in broad daylight, and mysteriously her security detail was nowhere around, and she was allowed to be shot down dead in broad daylight. Oh, okay. That makes sense. All of this makes sense. Nothing to see here. Okay.
War games involving at least 17 other countries from across the Americas. It was the first time joint U.S. military exercises took place in Panama since 2012. In Gaza, Israeli attacks killed 2 Palestinians and injured several others Thursday, with reports of it.
Okay, I'm not gonna watch all of this. I want to get to the Nolan Wells update. This is going to be. I thought this was just the short of Nolan Wells. I'm gonna get to the Nolan Wells update. This whole link will be in my description box. If you have not watched Democracy Now!, I hope you will check this out. Let me see what she's talking about right here. I don't know what she's talking about right here. Oh, did you guys know that Donald Trump is bulldozing parts of Texas? I think this is it. And people in Texas are really upset about that.
Tear down portions of the environmental landmark as part of the Trump administration's 40. In Texas, bulldozers have rolled into Big Bend National Park to tear down portions of the environmental landmark as part of the Trump administration's $46.5 billion effort to expand a massive border wall and other security infrastructure along the border with Mexico. Protesters gathered Thursday at Big Bend seeking to block construction of the wall after the Department of Homeland Security waived requirements that federal contractors comply with a broad slate of environmental laws, including the Endangered Species Act. Meanwhile, in southern Arizona, a protest camp predominantly led by queer and femme activists continues in the small border town of Lochel to prevent the destruction of a grove of ancient cottonwood trees that federal contractors plan to destroy as they race to build another portion of Trump's border barrier with Mexico at a cost of about $500 million. Ukraine's proposed a deal with Russia that would see both sides.
Oh, so it's in their nature. Much like Ivanka and Jared was bulldozing down a sanctuary in where was that? Over there in the Mediterranean. What was that? Oh God, I forgot. This is what is in their nature to destroy and take over. They give zero fucks about nature. It's about what they want to do. These colonizers. This is what's in their nature. This is that is in my description box under the heading of a Big Bend National Park bulldoze. Now let's get to the Nolan Wales update. Let me get to it right here. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go.
Isolated and episodic. The Congressional Black Caucus is calling on the Department of Justice to investigate the mysterious death of Nolan Wells, an 18-year-old black college athlete whose body was found in July on a barrier island in Mississippi. Wells vanished after taking a boat to the island with a group of white friends over the July 4th holiday. His body was recovered several days later. Authorities say Wells may have accidentally drowned, but his family has questioned the official story in part because Wells' cell phone was found not with his body, but in the possession of one of his friends who returned home. This is Georgia Democratic Congressmember Lucy McBath.
I apologize. I am back. I am back. Do you see me back? I apologize. Hit the like button. Yes, I am back. Um, I got kicked out of StreamYard. I am so sick of StreamYard. Let me share the update on the Nolan Wales story for you. Here we go. Let me find it again. Now, this first Congresswoman, her son, Jordan, what is his name? Jordan, I forget his name. Jordan was shot down by the racist white man who lied, who was drunk driving after a wedding at a convenience store and shot him because he didn't turn down his music, and then he lied and went home and crashed at the hotel and did a whole lot of lying. And thank God he spent time in jail. And his mother went on to become a congresswoman. They tried to gerrymander her out of her district, and she still won re-election. Let's go.
Death of Nolan Wells, an 18-year-old black college athlete whose body was found in July on a barrier island in Mississippi. Wells vanished after taking a boat to the island with a group of white friends over the July 4th holiday. His body was recovered several days later. Authorities say Wells may have accidentally drowned, but his family has questioned the official story in part because Wells' cell phone was found not with his body, but in the possession of one of his friends who returned home. This is Georgia Democratic Congress member Lucy McBath.
This brings back so many vivid memories for me and my own family, having lost Jordan to unnecessary gun violence in November 2012, Black Friday, simply because he was black and playing loud music in his car. And so here we are again today, here for the loss of another black young man in our community. And we find ourselves asking the same questions.
And in Washington, D.C., the board of directors for the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts has voted to once again inscribe Donald Trump's name on the building and to shutter it for 2 years, allegedly to make renovations to the performing arts institution. Thursday's vote by Trump pick board comes despite.
Hey, stop. I guess that's it. Stop barking, Saucy. I guess that is it. Stop, Saucy. Well, a real short update. Now, this board, heavily picked Trump board, has voted to put 4547's name back on the Kennedy Center. Now, I'm gonna direct you guys over to this this Elliot Coney video. I am not going to play his video. I am going. He has the
Yes.
he has the raccoon.
I was doing a ride along with a veteran police officer.
Oh, I'm trying to stop it. He has the raccoon on his show. I want you to go over there and see him interview the raccoon, the right-wing raccoon on his show, who is trying to carry the water of these Mississippi whites and try to play like he doesn't know the history of Mississippi, who tries to play like everything about being black is negative with his black ass. Okay, so here is the link over there. Please go over there and give him a click and a view and tell him that RonyiQ sent you. Here is the link to his broadcast. I'm going to put this in here right now. See, because that raccoon always shows up and always want to yell and scream and talk over other black men. But see, I think this is a black man who can hold it down with him. I think this is an intelligent brother, well, who can call him on his bullshit. You know, he goes over to Nancy Grace and bow down. Yes, sir, Miss Nancy. Miss Nancy. Yes, sir, Miss Nancy. He was on Nancy Grace yesterday because she clowned him so much the first time he was over there, and he was trying to talk over her, do a lot of talking over her, but he still made a fool of himself with his lies and being caught in his lies and bullshit on Nancy Grace's yesterday. But I I'm gonna have to go over there and watch the raccoon. This link is going to be in my description box under "A Coon Gets Skinned." So I'm gonna have to exit stage right because I need to go over there and watch "A Coon Gets Skinned." Oh, meet me over there and tell them that RonyiQ sent you over there. A coon gets skinned. I appreciate you guys being here. And if you like my show, come back and see me Monday through Fridays. If something new pops off, I will be here on Tuesday and Thursday, but I'm usually here on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays between 8 and 8:30 a.m. until I get tired of talking. But right now, I need to go over and watch a coon get skinned. This link is in the chat, and it is also in my description box. Tell them right in the chat that Ronnie Q sent you over. And I hope that you guys have a fabulous remainder of your weekend. All right, guys, I got to get out of here. All right, bye bye. Thank you for joining me, and I appreciate all of my new members, and I appreciate your support, and I thank all of you who dropped the gems. Very Carrie, I appreciate you for being my mod. Go over there. Let's go watch this coon get skinned, shall we? All right, bye.